do
Matt's
you
like,
live?
I'm not dealing with it.
Oh, I can add notes and stuff. That's so much fun.
I heard my name twice and didn't hear the
Where do you
context of
live?
it. I live in Massachusetts.
Is that close to Maryland, California, Illinois, Texas, New Jersey, South Carolina, Florida, Arizona,
The
Ontario, or
closest
Georgia?
would be is either Jersey or Maryland.
Maryland would be closer
There's a
than any
castle
of the
there.
other
Yeah.
stats. Any of the other states you mentioned.
Maybe I'm too far from my computer. Oh, you know what it is? It's plugged into the broken USB drive, so it's probably keeps like jiggling out.
Reconnecting. Yeah. Connecting,
Yeah.
reconnecting.
All right. Well, we have everybody who's going to be here tonight here. So, Gary, you were first in chat. Do you have a DM inspiration? Us here is dead.
I think she's
What?
replugging in her headphones.
You were first
No,
in
I'm
chat.
here.
Do you have a DM inspiration?
I have last week's, yes. And I'm
Okay,
pretty sure
boss.
Christian has the weeks
You were
before.
second. You have the week before still?
Yep.
Okay. Devin.
I still got one from
National!
3 weeks ago.
Avandra.
Oh,
I'm checking to see if I have not used mine yet. I
Not
think I may
doing-
have.
Yeah, we're going to give it to Keith.
At this point, you may give it to fucking Herlock.
I love that you guys
Now
hang-
you guys are gonna realize our hidden house rule. If no one gets the DM inspiration,
the DMs get the inspiration.
oh.
Everything gets 10 times harder. I don't like that we said that.
You don't like that you said that in unison.
Oh, do I have inspiration? I do have
Voss will take it.
inspiration
Voss
still.
used it last
Uh-oh.
week.
Uh-oh.
Voss will take it.
Do you have it still?
No.
You're lying.
He has it.
Okay, because you still have Keithree and Herlock. I'm pretty sure Casey doesn't have one.
He has never been first to anything in his entire life.
It's his time!
Except to the first in New Hampshire,
That's
I
true,
think.
yeah.
No, because Matt had
My
to be there.
dad is calling.
Yeah, Matt was the one who drove.
Listen, I don't understand
Yeah.
Jack.
Gotta go. Inspiration?
They
Aha!
were technically both in my street at the exact same time.
I add it to this.
Just click on inspiration.
Inspiration.
There you go.
This
Okay,
is true.
Keithree hits inspiration. With that being said, who would like to give a recap of things that happened last session?
Why'd you say it like an owl? Ooh, that's Santorini.
Just clicked on an owl. Why do you think I did
Because
it?
you said owl.
Avandra and Rash tried to throw our dicks around.
You
Didn't
did
really
try
work.
and
Vondra and Rash try to throw their dicks around and they're just slapping each other silly. The Voss and Gigi went looking for the Baron. We found him. Gigi spied on him while Voss went and checked on the princess. Princess wasn't there, although he didn't check for proof of life because he hasn't learned anything.
Nope.
Grayson in the distance. Check for proof of law.
We found the princess, which ended up with us having to talk to the Emperor, which was a wonderful conversation.
You didn't have to. You're the one that went to the Emperor and went, hey, the princess is missing. Fuck!
No, he came to me, looked at me funny. I'm like, I don't want to raise suspicion right now. Be honest. Fuck. Yeah, and then the conversation was had about what's going on, and we need to not let anything happen to the prisoners, yada yada yada. We put Keithree in the basement to keep her safe.
Vondra joined.
And then the world went white as we all slept. Woke up from our sleep.
Yep, as the light of dawn hit, the world went white.
You all get the benefits of a long rest.
You
by the way.
do have the benefits of a long rest. So, if you have not already done so,
Wonderful.
yourselves of some exhaustion.
Did take a nap.
You got a nap, and you weren't really there for a full day, so we're going to allow the little amount of hours to count as a full rest. Now here's where it gets interesting.
This is where the fun begins.
The world went white around you, and you all realize that you are standing in the between space that you always stand in when the book sucks you in.
It doesn't feel like anything was really completed.
There is an emptiness to the white space, in a way that is not the potential of a story, but almost like things are being erased, ink being pulled away. You are all spaced out. Avandra, you and Tree, and look up from where you are, and you can see up above you, Boss, looking down, where he is currently, I assume, kneeling on the ground, since you are coming to from waking up on the ground. Boss, you can look up and see Gigi and Rash farther up and along. You can all see Herlock in the distance, as if he was on the other side of the castle from all of you when this happened.
Who knows what he's doing?
He's not looking at any of you. As you all are standing in this white space, I would like a perception check from each of you.
Perceiving
Lovely.
the first roll of the night.
First roll.
Much better than my test rolls. That's a 16.
Ooh, I got a 26.
I'm gonna pull it up, but it's
7.
7 days.
Hey, Nate!
Die.
we should do for a sec, probably.
Yeah, we will.
It's gonna be Gigi's night tonight.
Matt, you missed all of us getting our bad rolls out of the way, because aside from a few hits here, we didn't really roll over a 5. Also, Christian and Sierra have had the worst luck today, so...
I just rolled a 19. I'm doing great.
Well, I was talking about before.
Oh, yeah. I just changed my dice out.
The problem is, I currently don't really have anywhere to roll, unless I pull over my chair and get... But that's going to be, like, tilted. Thus my roll being cocked.
Cock.
Nice.
Nice cock.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't like the weird energy this group has tonight.
So are you feeling like the book's like, that's not the way it should go?
Yeah,
It's interesting that they specifically mentioned it feels like ink is being erased. Yeah.
So, what did we do?
What
don't
did
know.
we do?
Were we supposed to let them slaughter everyone in the mire? Or in the moor? What did we do?
Oh, I don't think so.
I
I think it's the exact opposite.
know if we necessarily did anything wrong.
I think
We'll
it's
know
less
the
of we did
moment
something
where-
wrong.
I'm wondering if the book's going to reset or give us something new. Oh, here we go.
I thought it was fun.
No, they can fester. They can fester. What were our results for our rolls, though?
16?
26.
11 days.
Okay.
Kevin.
Oh,
What?
I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to make it. There we go. Cool.
All right.
Figured it out.
Kevin, what'd you roll?
16?
Matt, what'd you roll?
7.
Sierra.
26.
All right. Christian.
11.
Okay.
And they muted again.
They're like,
We'll
all right,
start-
what do we have to tell Gigi?
yeah, pretty much.
Start keeping
Okay.
a tally.
In this white space, you all rolled high enough. It wasn't that bad of a roll. Even Avandra's low roll is not enough to not see this.
Nobody
start
got
to
an at
happen.
one, so that's good news.
You see color start to pop up. But it is not the world forming around you. Near you, in your groupings, you see the form of figures. People standing near you, half forming in the same watercolor fashion as you normally see the book start to form. It's scenery. There are a lot of different people appearing around each of you, but Gigi, the one next to you, forms first.
Uh-huh.
You see the top one, yeah?
Okay.
You see a halfling dressed in the exact same outfit as Rash is currently dressed in, and a silver dragonborn dressed almost identically to Voss.
This is insane! It's never done this before!
What, Raph? Scared of a little adventure?
Shut up, Vince! Come on, we gotta go find Anna.
And you voices echoing in the white space that sounds eerily familiar to your own.
Oh, I need where's my...
There's the whiteboard.
Rambling to the whiteboard.
It's exactly what I'm doing.
I will also mention that these images that you're seeing, while they are the same watercolor as the scenery eventually like sets in and becomes realistic. These are still there, but kind of transparent almost, like ghosts. Watercolor ghosts.
Rash, next to you, you see forming a female elf who not only is dressed exactly the same as Gigi, but for a moment you think it is Gigi. They have almost exactly the same facial structure, the same eyes. There's a difference in the nose and how the hair is worn.
The hair is blonde instead of pink.
And next to that elf is a yellow tiefling wearing the same robes as Key3.
The elf is kind of on the ground, seeming to have a panic attack, and the tiefling is squatted down, kneeling over her.
What are we doing wrong? We've been here for days. Hasn't it been days? I want to go home.
Kina, I need you to calm down. Think about your heart. oh no, you're coughing again.
It's getting worse, Kitty. I need my meds.
We're gonna figure it out. Come here. I got you.
And how far away are they from me?
They're right next to you, really. It's odd because the distance is hard to tell.
They could be right next to you, or they could be 15 feet. The distance is almost incorporeal.
Can I try to, walk over to them?
You can. As you walk closer to them, you see that the image of them is still there, doing the motion of what you saw already, what you heard. But as you approach, it's almost as though the image shifts as well. And so even as you're walking closer to it, suddenly it's to the left of you. And as you try and round around, it's now a little bit farther back toward where you were. As if you can't tangibly touch what it is.
Okay, now I'm gonna back away slowly.
Boss, next to you. You see an Aarakocra, sort of brightly colored, like a Quaker parrot, wearing a half cape, a dapper hat, and you next to that Aarakocra, a gnome wearing the same robes as Key3. This is simply fascinating, Kimchi. Isn't it wonderful?
It's pretty neat for me.
Sorry. Kimchi?
Yep. And Avandra. Down in the basement area, where you are currently sitting, where it is only white space, forming in that area is a small green kobold wearing the same style of clothing is rash, and a half-orc, green-toned skin with feathers against their face, wearing the exact same robes as you. The general was lying, Ava.
You flipped that on me. I wasn't ready for that. He flipped the roles.
Well, it's right there.
Sir! Look at that!
Jay?
Oh, fuck. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Don't pay attention.
The general was lying, Ava.
You need to pay attention this time, Ren. Remember.
I know. Little changes, keep sight of the little changes.
Good, now let's. The vision ends.
Anyone doing anything else?
Boss is just staring in shock, like, nope, bad dream, go back to sleep.
These are not the only ones that have occurred, by the way. There's a bunch around, but they're blurry and out of focus. Off in the distance, as it would be.
I will say.
Would Voss need to make an insight check to figure out that these might be the people that have gone missing ever since they went into the book?
I think that's up to your own assumptions.
Assuming that these are the people.
I'm gonna say that Voss is a terrible note taker like myself.
No, that is a good point.
Hold on. Gigi.
Your perception check was the highest, and it doesn't matter that you were right. You weren't right next to it.
It doesn't matter. Gigi, can you make me a quick history check? This DC is very low.
History.
The only reason you're having to make a check is because it was when you were young.
It's a 14 plus something. I just
Okay, you're fine. As
14 plus 6, dirty 20. Oh, I walked away from my computer. Okay,
I
sorry.
just wanted to be sure.
I know how to DM. Gigi, as your eyes have kind of been following the echoes bouncing around, the face sticks in your mind, or should I say an old face comes to your mind when you see the one with the tiefling and the elf on the floor. You recognize the elf. Not from person, you've never met them in person, but you have seen them in pictures. This is Gina Godow, and she was an aunt of yours who had a heart condition and died tragically young. Well, that's not quite true. She was presumed dead because she went missing. And it's one of the reasons why your parents have kept such a close eye on you.
Oh, shit.
Why they moved to the capital. Make sure you're safe.
Oh, boy.
Oh, shit.
I see. So, yeah.
Well, the first thing I think Avandra's doing, because Voss wouldn't think of it when they get out of here, is Godow. Godow family name, Godow.
Who is
First thing Avandra's doing? That's for Avandra to decide.
I just know them.
No, at the moment, Avandra's... Which of the two was called, Ava?
Ava was the half-orc.
She's just staring at the half-orc.
Make a investigation check for me.
Okay. Oh, that's cocked.
Thought about giving that one a beak. I was like, Tusk said beak.
Dirty 20.
30-20?
Yeah. Fuck you, I may have shit for perception, but investigation, I'm fucking good at that.
Now I understand what Vice said.
Yeah. Yeah, this is...
Spooky?
The general was lying.
General was lying. General was lying.
There's only one general we've talked to so far.
You're also staying in a castle full of many general-ish figures.
Yeah. Avandra, as you look at this half-orc with feathers around their hairline,
They have feathers around their hairline, one big one that curls up over their hair, and then they have some that start right here at the collarbone and then branch out. None of them are useful for anything. It just seems to be a genetic.
Yeah.
Hey, question. Avandra, what general were you thinking of?
The one that we talked to, General River.
I was thinking of the one that prefresed with Brigadier.
That is a brigadier general.
That's a brigadier general.
Different title, but
Avandra, with
I
your dirty
understand.
20,
Phil.
hey, you don't know when these occurred.
with your dirty 20, you are staring at this half orc, and they're not looking at you directly because they're looking at the kobold next to them, downward. But as they're looking downward, you can see the robe shift at their neck as they're speaking, and their arm is moving. And along with the feathers, you can see the tattoo of an eye right here. It looks eerily similar to the eye that was Vera before you connected it to the cane.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I will also say, because you got a dirty 20, so beat that DC, you look at this half orc and you see your own eyes reflected back at you.
Oh,
It.
I'm.
Oh, it should be mentioned the half orc has a halo just like you do, but like
Does
it's
it?
it's already wearing the same
Yeah, it
clothes, but it does have like the same glimmer of halo.
A new hand touches the
Touches the
beacon.
beacon.
So I'm going to roll a composure check for Avandra. Because if she notices that it's the same eyes that she has, this is definitely the first time she's been aware of an actual blood relative of some kind. She's fine.
She's fine. Blood relatives, Gigi. You see Gina up there. The woman your father won't even talk about.
I'm gonna assume I've seen pictures at least
Yeah.
before.
You've seen pictures all in black and white.
Uh-huh.
With your check, you know she
Okay.
was about between 17 to 20 when she died or went missing.
How old does she look now? Like,
Somewhere between 17 and 20.
yep, that checks out.
Anyone else looking for anything? Trying to figure anything out? Anyone?
I'll look at the one that's like
Look at
looks like Key 3.
Which one?
The one that you told me looked like Key 3.
There's
They don't
two,
look
I
like
think.
Key 3.
They don't look like
Kimchi. Sorry.
They're wearing same clothes.
Kimchi.
Yeah,
I'll look at Kimchi.
You look at the one that the Aarakocra called Kimchi, because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, their name wasn't Kimchi.
I thought it was hilarious. Nevertheless.
And it's just this little gnome, and it's odd to see. Key3's already small. Like you can look over and like downward in the distance, and you see Key3 standing next to Avandra. And you look at this gnome, and she is wearing the exact same clothing as the Key3 below you, just sized down for a gnome. She even has her hair in a braid.
The hell is?
Terrifying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a little purple.
Deep gnome.
Deep gnome.
I
Hair's a
keep
little
forgetting
lighter.
there's a sleeping dog in my bed.
Oh no.
The multiverse is littered with the corpses of your family.
Calm
No,
down.
that's not canon. I just the line came to me.
Also, guess there's no owls? No owlets?
You don't see any owlets. You see a lot of variations of birds.
You do see.
Well, there's also
Well, are you looking around at all of the other echoes? Because we only listed about 4.
But there are others
Yeah.
in the distance.
why not?
Make a perception or investigation check. Tell me which one you pick.
I will make a perception check, and that will be a 16.
I would also like to make another investigation check for the
You may
same
do
thing.
so.
Have to roll a few
And
things.
Voss, are you rolling? Are you looking with birds in mind? Is that what you're?
Birds
looking
in
for?
mind, yes.
Okay. Okay. You do see a couple birds that are in the distance that seem to be wearing like leather and things like that. But the one that you reach first that is dressed like you is not a bird.
This one and this one.
Okay.
Go for it.
You see a leonin, so a lion person.
Yeah.
With a mane of black fur around their collarbone, and standing next to them, a dwarf dressed with a clerical collar.
They seem to be moving in slow motion.
Yeah, they're
Nothing
moving.
spectacular. They're having a conversation. It just seems to be buffering.
And then Avandra, you were rolling also.
Yes, I rolled a 25 investigation.
All right,
And what are you
Avandra.
looking for specifically? Are you looking
Um,
for anyone in particular, or any race in particular?
Or are you looking for people that are wearing clothing similar to yours, or someone else?
clothing similar to Avandra's, because I think with the fact that this half orc has the same eyes as Avandra, she's like, okay, so everyone who is quote unquote played this role is connected in some way, it seems.
With the role you got, you do not see many versions of. You do not see many echoes here wearing the same clothes as you. They're very far and few between. You see a lot of poofy dresses. You see a lot of elves in poofy dresses. You see a lot of different variations of elves in poofy dresses. Drow, sun elves, moon elves. But in one particular area, you do see,
Actually, I'm gonna.
in robes like your own, a minotaur. With a silver chain wrapped around her horn. Speaking to an owlin, who is not dressed like Voss, but instead is dressed in that half cape and dapper hat.
Barn owlin.
It's a barn owlin.
Yeah. Barn owlin.
Okay, you asked me if I'm looking for a Alan or people dressed like me, and you're like, all right.
Well, what can I say?
Opposite
There are
times.
no owls
We're
dressed like you.
We are rolling.
But he said he wasn't looking for people dressed like him. He was just looking for Alan.
Yeah, well,
The
you
first
weren't
thing you
over
found
near it.
was a Lennon.
Okay, it was just
We're
a
also
statement.
rolling to see which ones
Yeah,
you
we're
find.
rolling to see what happens here.
There's quite a few.
There's a lot of
options.
echoes, and some of them are disappearing and reappearing rapidly.
Different spaces.
Having different conversations. But yeah, so you see a minotaur dressed as yourself, Avandra.
I think she somewhat chuckles at the fact that it's a minotaur.
But yeah, I'll say with that roll, you realize that in all of the echoes you can see from where you're standing, or even if you've moved a little bit, you only see two faces dressed similarly to you, and it's that half orc with feathers and that minotaur.
And there are overall a lot of people. A lot of echoes, at least.
I mean, just glancing around, it's like you're in a school dance full of people. There's echoes. There's only two of you that you have seen. Sometimes you see the same ones twice.
Yeah.
Or a few times, but you can only find those two versions.
Is there one near me that was dressed like how I am?
Let's figure out which
God,
one
I
that
love
is.
fucking rolling.
I know you do. Too.
Yes!
Oh my god.
You spin around, Rash, and it's almost jarring. there's another goblin, same height as you, dressed the same, except he has this little like flapper cap. Is that what it's called?
No,
What's it called?
newsboy cap?
Newsboy cap. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Okay.
And
Does
Standing next to.
oh, hold on, let me
that
roll
one
for the
here?
other ones. 1, 2, 3.
No, I figured because you
We
want to
haven't
do
done
the
that
other
one.
thing. You want to do.
You're right. Yeah.
So maybe
Let's
this
have-
one.
Let's have both of them.
Okay.
That'll be fun.
Why not both?
Why not both? Split in half. Oh, well, I don't have to. That's one, so.
So it's the same ones. It's
Well, again,
that
that's not
actually
fun.
suits it.
That's not fun.
No, but it suits it because of the time.
I guess. Yeah, okay.
Okay, fine.
Fine. I like looking
I
at
know
them.
you do. I know. They don't need to see them all right now.
Fine.
You see this small green goblin, wearing similar clothing to you, except for the hat, which has been brought along. I know. But standing beside him are that yellow tiefling dressed as Key3 and the same elf woman who was having a panic attack. Not currently in this instance having one.
Standing up pretty bright-eyed. Oh,
okay.
she can be.
Does the goblin have the same exact amulet that I have, or is it different?
Oh, no, he has an amulet that looks like it's the shape of corn.
Okay.
I would like to retcon that. I'm using my DM. No, I'm using my veto. It's
fun.
It's not a symbol of Ogma.
It's a gun.
Around.
No, it's
Not
not
the symbol of Ogma. It's just like a little sun, like a.
You're no fun.
I listen. It's got to be
It's
sensible.
an exclamation.
No. Yes.
We cannot have the corn god from
We
Dimension
can't have
20.
the corn god. We can't have yes or.
Oh god, yes!
But you just see a little symbol of a sun, which could be quite a few different deities if you were.
Depending on time
Yeah.
as well.
They are having a conversation. Are you approaching them?
Sure.
Which ones do you want?
Well, you were already that
This
one. So do you want to do that one, and I'll that one or do you want to do that one since you know what you want to say?
I can do these two. I'll do
Okay.
the girls.
All right. I've got the boy. I don't know. I think we got it wrong.
How could we get it wrong?
It looks like we got it wrong.
Does have a point there.
Could it be? Did we miss something? Did it have something to do with that machine that you brought with you?
Yeah, what does that do?
And then, Anna looks over. I don't know. I'm not quite sure where they put that actually, but maybe if we can find it, we can. No, it's white.
Maybe if it picks back up, maybe we can find it. We can ask what it does. Maybe
Yeah.
it's about that.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Okay, so you go to the machine and then we'll take care of the prisoner.
And then it kind of trails off from there.
And you see that the echo kind of gets to a point where they turn to walk off, and you see them fade and disappear and then reappear in the same spot again, and the conversation seems to start again the same way.
Just kind of loops. Okay.
You can see that any of these echoes you're passing by, they are seeming to loop. Some of them are looping like a boomerang on Instagram, where it's just 2 seconds back and forth. Some of them are long, trailing, just walking sequences. Some aren't conversations at all. Some are just people hugging each other. Some are just people with their hands on their heads. Some are people crying on the ground.
Two of them are like shaking each other. Like,
Yeah,
"Pull
a few
yourself
are-
together, man.
This is way too much for Ash.
There's a lot happening.
Okay.
This is one of those. Floss's thing in his head is like, this is one of those choose your own adventure books, but it's not really a choose your own adventure because you make the wrong choice, you just die.
And we're trying to make it to the end of the book, not die on page 42.
Please flip to page 42. Then you get past. You get past it, and you almost get to the end of the book, and it's like, please. You can see it on the bottom right corner of your choice. Please flip to page 42. You're like, fuck.
What did we do differently in this one that we didn't do in the other one?
You fucked up.
I understand that! I'm trying to figure out where.
Well, as you start to rack your little rash brain and give yourself a rash racking it,
You feel a tug. I would like a strength save from
Oh,
Rash,
shit.
Boss.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That's a straight 0 for me. Alright.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
thank you.
I could not hear who else you were asking for strength saves from because Rash and Voss were being loud.
you're fine.
Oh.
Everyone else.
19 minus 4 is 15.
Okay.
Wait, what
Funny,
do you
'cause
mean -4?
He's got 5 strength.
Save.
Worse.
Funny enough, I also rolled a 19. But it's just a 19.
How did you get 0?
What?
I heard a 0 at one point.
No.
Okay.
No, it was +0 is Rash's.
Oh.
And then Gigi. What was yours?
9.
Nine.
9.
Gigi, much like earlier in the day,
God, this book is throwing Jesus.
Oh no,
you
it's +1,
feel
it's a 10.
yourself.
It's a 10.
You feel yourself like you've been grabbed about the shoulders, and suddenly you are pulled bodily down through what you thought was floor, but is just empty white space. And you fall into a heap next to Avandra and Keythree, Boss, and Rash. You feel the tug. Are you going to walk with it or fight it?
Walk with it.
Okay. As you walk with it, Boss, you sort of feel your steps align, and it feels like the right thing to do. And even as you have to walk down through the white space, it's almost like you're walking on stairs. You can feel them there. Rash, fighting it, walking with it.
Walking with it.
You, much the same, you're higher up than Voss was. And as you choose to walk with this feeling, you don't walk downward straight off the bat. You walk in a straight line to your left, and then you feel it turn you to the right, and you follow that feeling, and then start moving downwards. Almost like you're following the spiral of a staircase, until you two end up on the ground near Avandra, E3, Gigi, and the rest. And then the world starts to color in. Around you, you see the white turn to gray, and then dark black. You see it take on the texture of stone, the wood of a door, the light of a torch in the stairwell. And then suddenly, you see two guards talking to each other, and you see Duncan, who is currently giving them the order to go grab as many guards as possible and take them from the rest of the castle to bring them down here. The exact same scene as you remember from earlier in your evening when you had just finished speaking to the prisoners when you exited the dungeon. And the world fills in around you. And it is as solid and real as it always is. For now.
For now.
You guys want to go take a nap?
No, not really. I don't think I'm gonna be sleeping for tonight or
No, I
the
meant
next
like
month.
go chill in the suites.
have faith in these people. They want to take a nap in the middle of the day while your head's on the line.
Oh, I thought we were out. I thought we were outside with
Out of
Lincoln.
it. They're out of it. No, they're out of it.
Oh, I thought they were.
That would be hilarious. Though.
Okay.
No, you do not hear.
Vesper, how did you break out?
I stuck through the bar.
I'm a twink.
Goddamn.
You see his sister just kind of bend the bars back into place so we can go back in.
The twink and the clink.
Oh my god.
Twink and clink.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go on.
What did we do?
Avandra's not saying anything and is walking off.
His headphones died.
Hold on. Headphones die randomly.
That's what happens when you don't charge them.
Matt,
It
you have the
is.
whiteboard. What did we do wrong?
You have the whiteboard. What did we do wrong?
Whiteboard
I've
master.
returned.
Okay, welcome back.
Well, I don't think we did anything wrong for this point in the book, else we wouldn't have been dropped here.
Yes, we
Or
checkpointed
this is
here.
Or this is telling us that this is where it's wrong.
Oh, you guys
Like
have
moving the guards away from the rest of the castle.
Oh god, we're gonna die in this book. We're
Oh,
going to die in this book.
I don't think.
You still have all of your memories from previous. Nothing has been erased. You have all the knowledge that you had last time. Do what you will.
They know.
Do what you want, because a pirate is free.
You're not a pirate right now.
That was last book.
Well, what if we were?
They really are book clubs. They go through a book a month.
Yeah.
It's been like 2 weeks.
Hey, Mom, Dad, I'm going away to book club. See you in about a week.
What? It's a retreat.
Yes, we wish to retreat from the book.
I like the part where Rash said we're gonna die in this book.
I really like that part. Make it happen. What happens when someone dies in the book, I wonder?
Anyways, would you guys like to go someplace else?
We gotta figure out what we did to get out of here, though.
Is Matt there?
Mm-hmm.
Avandra
Oh.
is just
Avandra is.
Checked out.
Avandra's already walked away from the group. She's
Oh.
Oh. As soon as Avandra walked away, Voss was following. Like, yep, they know where they're going.
Where are you going, Avandra?
Yeah, where are you going, Avandra?
Voss has faith in Avandra.
When I got sucked away, where did I go?
You are there with them.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
got you going to.
You are not back in a cart in a different part of the story.
Oh, I hope not.
Yeah, face the lizard folk alone.
You guys triggered our save point.
I think Avandra's heading outside to one of the battlements that's close by. Or just a veranda.
You guys are currently in the dungeon, so you could head upstairs and then walk out to the front courtyard, or you could walk up another flight of stairs and then go out to one of the balconies or verandas. Up and out or up and over?
Up and over.
Okay. Get away! Yeah, Avandra is heading up 2 flights of stairs. And Avandra, you're heading toward the area where you know where you went to the rooms. No.
What?
I'm trying to remember. No, Avandra never went to their suites.
No.
For Rash and Gigi, Avandra is walking toward the area where your suites were, but walking out to one of the tower verandas where it's not like your rooms, it's just like a communal sort of outside area on the tower.
Okay.
You can see the sky. You can see that the sun has just. Let's see. It was has set, but the moon is not quite high in the sky yet. Everything seems calm and peaceful outside. Lights of the castle bright around you.
Good.
You've traumatized them.
Good.
Uh-oh.
Hello, hello, hello.
The party was too traumatized to speak.
No, I'm thinking. Sorry.
Yeah, me too.
Everyone take 5, think about it.
Alright, so the DMs are gonna sit here and just commentate on random events happening at the party. What's Stefan doing right now?
Currently, because Voss hasn't run upstairs to ask him to send his birds into a random direction, he is with Elena in the main hall.
Vera's also with Elena.
Mm-hmm.
This is before they ran off outside.
Hmm?
This is before they ran off outside. Got it.
This is before Elena even got sent to her room.
So what's Dad Hallant doing?
Emperor Halland's currently in the Great Hall.
How's he feeling about that attack that just occurred?
A little off-put by it, but it's something he can handle in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do the guests feel?
The Dukes are throwing up a fit about it, and they want to go and talk about it, so we'll probably end up going to talk with them about it. At least it'll get them away from the party. I'm not fond of parties.
There's a guest. There's a young guest over on that side of the hall that seems to be recruiting ladies and femmes for some form of a table game.
Yeah, Halland's not going to touch that with an 800-foot pole.
I just wanted to mention it.
Stefan is a little worried about it.
Not over there.
Elena is being pushed behind Stefan.
Vera is also doing.
Vera is also pushing Elena behind her, so Elena is currently behind Stefan and Vera.
She was in the middle, and they just went.
Did I miss anything?
We're just commentating on NPCs while the party seems to be thinking. We gave them too much
We
information.
gave them too much to think about.
So,
You did.
The implications, Kiki.
There were so many answers, but we don't know the questions that they belong to.
Ooh, we've done it backwards.
They do.
so first thing we have to determine is: do we think our predecessors are still going through this, or are they kaput?
I don't think that matters. Not right now.
Well, no, but to figure out if we have more than however many chances is good to know.
I feel like eventually our bodies are just gonna stop.
Well, at least there's food here.
Can everybody just give me a to recall information?
A what?
A
You
what?
broke
You
up on
cut
every
out.
word.
You-
Re-say all of it.
I need to wait till everybody stops speaking because there was like 5 people that spoke. A history check to recall information. Why are you treating me?
You
It was an agreement.
that is a 7.
That is a 21.
That is an 18.
Gigi, are you making one?
Yes, that is not enough. Don't worry about me.
Don't worry about
What'd
it.
you get?
It was a 5 plus what, history?
Yeah.
5 plus 6, 11.
Okay.
Not
Unfortunately,
terrible. I just thought it was lower.
unfortunately just below the DC. Anybody who got a 12 or higher, you do recall in your meeting with your fallen dead friend, he mentioned that this was the hardest book. He doesn't know why, but afterwards people went either missing or they split apart. This is the hardest book for a reason. Why is it the first book that you got stuck in?
Well, at the end of every other book, we were all together, and every time we saw all of them, they were never together.
You're still together.
No, but like there was always a group of 2 or a group of 3. There was never a large.
You split up several times in this book.
You
That's
split up
fine.
several times. No, I want to just make sure in the echoes you saw around the room, there were ones with full groups of maybe at
Okay.
most 4 people.
That's another thing that you also heard from Ice is one, no group before you ever had Rusty, so there was never a full 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There was never a full 6. At most there was 5. And even then it was rare. You currently have 6. In different parts of the book, sure. We're all kind of together except for Herlock.
But I want to say, out of character and just as a DM thing, we would not have anything for you that would force you to have to figure out how to get Herlock to you. It's not about just making sure you're all in the same spot. I'm just going to nip that in the bud before you worry about it.
Yeah.
It's not about getting Herlock to you or
It does not matter
anything
that
like
you're
that.
all together. It just matters how many there are.
I was kind of thinking that was a reason, but I think there's more to it.
I mean, the first book you were all together the entire way and you were fine. The second book you went apart for a minute and then came back together. When did that book actually end?
On the boat, us all talking together about what was going on.
Yeah, you guys had plenty of time to talk together, though.
Stopped when Elena showed up.
It did.
Interesting. Maybe that was just the end of the story.
Well, if we do nothing right now, Elena breaks into the dungeon.
You don't know where Elena is right now.
Voss is like, if we do nothing, Elena breaks into the dungeon. I was hearing a click out of 1, binding on 2. Click out of 3, and we're in.
I will also give you guys this. The other ones seem to have a straightforward objective. The first one, saving a child. The second one, saving your friend. And then after you saved your friend, you were fine.
And in this book, you've been given an objective.
I think.
As soon as you left that dungeon, you had just been discussing that objective.
But is there really a straightforward path to this one?
Any little wibbly wobbly.
That's the hard one to find.
One thing I'm most curious about is what, and he looks at Gigi, what was on your cart?
My cart
The big
was
mechanical
an
thing.
invention.
An invention?
Do you think you can figure out if you study it what in the hell it does?
Maybe. Yeah.
Cool.
It was something that was mentioned by one of the echoes.
The Echoes mentioned a couple things.
They did. You know, giving players a third grader puzzle is fun, but giving them an intricate puzzle is even funner.
Uh-oh.
Giving them a critical thinking puzzle is much more fun.
It's the F-Cat! No!
The fact that Devondra is so silent is killing Voss and Christian. need someone to bounce ideas off of.
All I can imagine is Matt sitting there staring at his boards like this.
My arms are crossed at the moment, but my hand was like that.
Honestly,
at one point.
mine have been since that's too.
Both Boss and Christian need someone to bounce ideas off of. Someone help me. GG,
I'm talking.
please.
I'm talking.
The echoes said that the general was lying, and then another one said something about the device.
Well, I'm sure they're all avenues that they also explored, but we should at least understand them.
And then what did Elena try to do?
Break into the dungeon.
Why?
So she could talk to the prisoners that she sent us to talk to. Because she's concerned. So the moment she gets sent to bed, her and Vera are climbing out that window and over to that trapdoor.
About 9.
At the same time, the Emperor is going to talk to all the dukes. So there's that could have something to do with it. Maybe he's not supposed to. But the book didn't reset until we
went to
stopped.
bed.
There is something else we could have done, otherwise it would have stopped earlier.
So it's not just about the prisoners.
There's something else going on, and I think it has to do whatever. Maybe I need to. Boss is gonna think to himself, he's like the birds. I'll be back. The birds.
Who was closest to that one echo?
Which one?
With Gina and Kitty?
That was the second one, so that was Devin. That was Rash. Rash was close to the one with the panic attack.
Yes. Yes. Rash, make a retrospective insight check for me.
Sure. 14?
Okay, that's enough. Rash, you are kind of just reeling on thoughts and possibilities of what could have been missed, what is happening. It happened when we went to bed. No, it happened when we woke up. Days. She said, the elf woman said, we've been here for days. Hasn't it been days? She doesn't know if it's been days. They cannot tell the passage of time because they were stuck in a loop. After a certain point, it must reset. There is a time limit.
So.
Oh, there's a time limit. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
You are running off? Oh no, you wanted. You can be part of it.
Voss is like, wait a minute. Voss like, I have to do something, and then Rash just gets that far starry look in his eye, and Voss like, you okay? And then immediately,
We're
go ahead,
timed.
Rash.
We only have a certain amount of time to do this.
Okay. So maybe because we put it off till morning?
It's a great day to be a DM.
Maybe, I don't know. There's other things that could also be the problem. There's too many possibilities.
This might.
Wait for microphone.
I'm sorry, GG. Rash? We all need to calm down before we die of a heart attack first.
Why'd you say sorry to G?
Oh yeah.
I said that out of character. It's like, sorry, Gigi.
Oh god.
Out of character is fine. In character, I would not allow.
Why are you not more worried about this?
Because I'm away from my parents.
Because the book likes it. Boss takes a deep breath. The book likes it when we work together, and panicking is not working together, even if it's panicking together. Plus, apparently it likes giving second chances. So, let's
Yeah,
relish.
until we die.
So let's let that not happen, shall we?
I'm trying.
Rash is being so sensible about the panic. He's like, I'm trying so hard.
Me. Me when I'm about to freak out at work.
So
That's my
we
breaks.
have a time limit. Major factors here: the prisoners, the Moor, the weird invention on the top of Gigi's, the tame on the top of Gigi's caravan, the general who lies, and possibly the Emperor's meeting. And the princess. The princess is somehow involved always.
I mean, if she's the center of this, maybe we have to follow. But she wasn't at the center of this last.
No, she wasn't.
But she still showed up.
Is there a possibility that what we're meant to do is nothing?
Try that.
Boss just kind of chuckles to himself like, that would be really silly.
Just let someone die?
Well, it obviously let us have the extra guards because it set us after that. So I don't think that's the problem. Because Voss will look over to Key3 and Vandra. At no point in the night did they die, right? Do you think I get a response from Key3? Well, we know the answer. Anyways.
I don't
Sorry,
know.
what?
I don't know what you asked Gigi. I mean, Key3. I'm so
What?
sorry.
It was at no point did anything happen in the dungeon last night, right?
Nope.
Okay.
Right as a mouse. That's a lot of questions about eggs. When can I play Go Fish?
There was no scream in the night. No one died to our knowledge.
No. Esper did hiss at me, though.
Yeah, Avandra, you spent the night in the dungeon with Key3, swapping off watches with other people. Nothing happened the entire night.
Yeah.
Who did Esper say told him that they were going to kill her in the morning?
Esper heard it from their sister.
Yeah, Vesper heard from their sister that there was an execution scheduled, so it would be an execution.
Okay, it's just I was wondering if it was his
No, it
family.
wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like a threat or something like that from a specific person. It was like, oh, there's an execution scheduled with her name on it.
I remember.
Did the general, yes, when me and Ravandra talked to her, did the general say how far away the moor is? Or do we know how far away the moor is?
You know that it would
A
take
day and
a
a half.
day's travel at least to get to the moor. Day and a half.
Okay.
if
And
it's,
we
like, on the
also
other end
know
of
that
it.
It was like with
our time
Paige.
limit was until morning, and there's plenty of people leaving here at morning.
Yep.
At daybreak.
Mhm.
One of
We're
them was the
scheduled to
Emperor,
leave. Scheduled to leave in the morning. Yes.
and the other one was
General.
General.
This doesn't know that, but yeah.
Okay.
They had discussion.
Hallant told the Duke and the general to not he was going to delay them.
The Duke wasn't leaving. The Duke was staying for a few days. That's what Hallant said.
Ah, yes. Hallant and the general were the ones leaving.
Yeah.
So he delayed the general leaving and his own leaving.
Is there a possibility that Halland needed to leave? And us keeping him here was wrong?
But if Hallant leaves, the Duke would probably push for the court-martialing / execution for the morning.
I think we need to gather information before we figure any of that out. Especially, Voss keeps looking at Gigi, whatever that thing is. It gives me bad vibes, man. Bad. Rust. I feel like Voss kind of looks down. Rusty would say it is bad vibes.
You make Keith sad.
Yeah,
She
Keith
looks at
3
her
is
nails.
sad.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
It's fine for the happy.
She's allowed to be
fine.
sad about Rusty. We all are.
One of the echoes said to pay attention to the little changes.
Okay.
Familiar to you, Avandra?
It's definitely got my attention. Yeah, little changes. Almost like that's exactly what Avandra's been telling to fucking Vera to pay attention to the entire time in the last.
Interesting. That's the same as the advice you gave Sentient Sword. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't
A
it?
person. A person.
A Sentient Squire.
A sentient squire.
That was my name for like a week and a half.
It was Vera in the dinner hall with a lead pipe. Got it.
Yeah, if you leave.
Changes, bitch.
I'm
Just because they got to Dawn and
It's that fucking
It's just
walking
they,
thing,
they
I
got to
swear.
Dawn and left Stefan and Vera alone together the entire night, so
They
it's
lived
ruined.
happily ever after. They had 7 babies.
Voss is going to look out over the veranda and say, I'm infinitely curious of what happens here if we do nothing.
Thank you.
But if we do nothing, doesn't she die?
That doesn't sit right with me.
Nope. Not at all.
Oh.
We
I'm
are,
not here. I'm just shaking my head too. I'm like, no, it doesn't.
we are being
Held.
held. There is no attempt on her life.
They're gonna take off her head?
Just
There's no attempt on her life.
Just think, though. If that's what the book wants to happen, do we have a choice other than stay here?
Or what if there's just 2 choices?
That's also a
Or
possibility.
we leave here and a good knight dies? Good person.
Believe you me, I don't want that to happen.
Tell me about her family. What are they gonna do without her?
It happened in the morning.
What did he say?
We have till morning, but the cat's assaulting me.
No. There's a Sebastian. Take things off.
Assassin!
Max is sitting on my
Whoa,
head. Help. Khajiit just wears if you have coin.
He's gonna let me have the corn.
I could not let you have the corn. I'm so sorry.
You reject her on pride. How dare you?
I would have let her have the gun. We can allow that
You
the gun
changed
existed.
the gun.
I didn't. I just
You changed
figured.
the symbol of the gun.
No,
which
see, I
makes
didn't-
sense. There's no god that's a gun.
Exactly. I didn't want to be the symbol, but that priest could have had a gun. That's fine.
No, he definitely did. He had
Yeah,
a gun.
he had a gun.
He had a gun. A little Glock on his-
Right. So, I don't want anyone to die, and I do not want to be the first choice. However,
be crying, bro. Things were a lot different in the 60s.
Oh my god.
first book
Just not getting that, Matt?
Oh, Matt got it earlier.
Okay.
in the first book we changed it so a person that was supposed to die didn't. In the second book, we got someone that was supposed to be. They wouldn't have died at the gallows because, god damn, was that woman strong. But
Mom,
they would have. At least one of them would have been imprisoned. I mean, which is almost worse.
I'm a test tooth. Really whack that.
So it stands to reason that would be our goal, is to keep them alive. However,
Providing reason.
I think we need to listen to Hallin's word, where we need the evidence. We use our second chance to find evidence so that we have it when we come back again.
If we come back again.
Well, if we don't come back again, I think we're out of luck as it is already.
We're putting too much on the if, and we are running out of time. If the timeline is morning or sunset, whatever you want to think it is, we have maybe 9 hours?
About 9:30, 10 o'clock. 8 hours.
I wish Keith was here.
We woke up early too.
Q3 was here.
Yeah, right now you get Dusky 3.
I'm sorry.
It's dust. It's not Keith
You
3,
get
it's dust.
I'm
It's
trying
just
my
us.
best.
I know.
And I could puppet
doing
Q3
great.
for story progression, and nobody else is talking.
Thank you, Kiki. I do appreciate that.
Well, I'm sorry.
I can understand why
that
everyone
I'm
was
some
sorry.
people gave me
Like that.
things to think about and
You're fine.
You
stare
think
at
that's
my
fine. I have Dust to
whiteboard
talk
I'm
to.
gonna
and try and put all the pieces
You know what?
together.
Me and the cat are out of here.
Quick, jump out of the book while you can!
Yeah.
The book is very reliant on unison.
Quick, put all the books together. I'll sacred flame them.
Whatever we do, we have to do it together. It wants us in here together. We all have a piece we have to play. Cat.
He likes doing that.
Crash, you doing better? Got the breathing under control?
Sure.
Sure.
I'll take that as a definite yes. How far can I see that? It's like 1,000 feet or it's 100 feet?
What, dark vision?
No,
Oh,
1,000 feet.
liquid object.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I think we need to find the machine.
I second this.
Yes, we do. Take a look at that first.
You guys all going together, or are you splitting up?
I don't see any reason for us to split up at this point.
Oh. Starters, none of you know where the fuck it is.
I think the men at the door might. Avandra.
Avandra.
Avandra. Who shit dares at Avandra?
It doesn't make sense for me to ask where it is. It's not my machine. Just looks at Gigi.
Yeah, I guess it is mine. It's mine. I go up to the dudes and I'm like, hey, where is that thing that I brought?
You just go to a random dude.
No, one of the guards at the door, I'm
Just
assuming.
Yeah, one of the guards.
Walking up to a random person. Hey, where's that thing I brought? I don't know.
Well, first off,
Yeah.
Big T, you approach these two guards, one of whom has just turned away and like turns around really quick when you like show up and like takes a second to like bow to you the same way the other guard does before hurrying up the steps to go and do what he was told. The other guard stays behind to speak with you. and says, "My lady, you acquire your workstation already?"
Yes. I just
Um,
want to check on it. Make sure everything came intact.
Of course. I can. Death row. The guard who's like at the top of the steps, like has been running up, like turns turns around. Just on your way. Show the lady to her workstation.
Of course.
And he gestures.
Sorry,
Madam.
did he say Jethro?
Yeah.
Not Casey
No,
Snow.
not
Okay.
Casey.
Okay.
I didn't know there was a
Okay.
Jethro.
I
I'm
forgot
so
about
sorry.
that.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I just picked a
I
name.
needed to be
No.
certain because everything was about to just flip on its head, go upside down, topsy turvy, really just go for
I
a
don't know.
fucking
That
ride.
one's actually over by the alcohol chugging whole barrel.
Oh,
That's
it's that.
No,
Oh,
that's
okay, everything's
makes,
fine then.
that makes sense.
the one that uses
Everything's fine
barrels
now.
of ale as improvised weapons.
Okay. Didn't
That
know
was going
that.
to go imposter smite.
Yeah, I was just thinking about Gibbs from NCIS. But yeah, the guard gestures for you to follow Jethro, the one upstairs.
I'm just picturing Gibbs from NCIS in full plate armor.
On floor level, yeah. And you're in dungeon, so you just
God.
it's on. It's
I thought they went up to a veranda.
they were in like the antechamber of the dungeon.
I thought they went up to a veranda though.
Oh, that's right.
We went up to a veranda, yeah.
Now
There's still guards mingling around.
I will come down to guide you. Should I take care of this first and come back for the lady? Or...
No, if you go there, I'll wait here and I'll go.
Okay,
Yeah.
that sounds like a plan. Thank you, Captain.
Gigi just leaned over the veranda for a random guard.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yoo-hoo!
Bring some of blood.
Eventually, Jethro comes up to your aid, Gigi, and bows, and then looks at everyone else, and then like bows to them again. It goes, Lady Godot.
Me.
This is not Jethro Gibbs.
No, it's not. I don't know who that is.
Racing vibes.
Your equipment and study we have set up on the floor level. You would like a guide, yes?
Could you repeat that? You cut out on my end.
Got it. Your equipment and study we have set up on floor level. Would you like a guide? Yes, that's what was requested.
Yes.
Right away. Follow me. And are the heroes of Dragonspear accompanying you? And you see that he gets like a little bit nervous at mentioning heroes of Dragonspear. You guys are kind of a big deal.
Yes, I'm gonna be asking them for some assistance.
Awesome.
That worked.
And he will guide you back down to floor level, kind of around the Great Hall to keep you out of all that chaos.
Yeah, it takes you down like a side hallway.
Yeah.
And
You have to go outside. It's where, like, you guys know where they park carriages away from the stables or adjacent to stables? There's a whole archway that is just set up in which they have taken this machine and moved it off of the carriage and just have a whole workbench and stuff with lanterns in every angle that you can imagine, and every tool that you can think of would have been present in this time period is currently here so that the architect may do her magic. You are my lady.
Thank you.
Did you
The
need-
voice crack really helps.
Did you need further assistance? I will be just down the hall.
and up the
I
stairs.
appreciate it.
And up and over. And
And over.
Up over the
Maybe
river, through the woods.
You know, Charlie's actually making rounds down here. He's a very nice guy. He has cookies on him constantly. His mother makes a very, very nice gingerbread snap. I'm gonna go. Like curtsies, even though he's a guy, to all of you, and then walks.
Alright.
Well,
Alone
alright
in
So this
then.
is it.
It is
This is what it looks like.
What it looked like.
That's
The
what it
machine
looks
is
like.
currently on the floor. It still has a tarp over it to cover it from like dust and anybody else kind of spilling anything on it. It is huge. It is
Big.
at least the size of a queen size bed, or at least like the width and length of a queen size bed, and it's about 5 feet to 6 feet tall. It looks well. It's still under the tarp, so I won't describe it further.
I would like to deep tarp it.
You detarp it, and what you see is this metallic, almost rib-like, rib cage-like contraption where all the ribs are facing upwards, and each leg not only has articulated joints, but also looks like it can extend to be an even larger size. There is a central flat spine that on one end kind of comes up, and there is this big purple gem in the center of it. It is not glowing, it is just sparkly.
It's not just any Reaper. It's a human Reaper.
Blah.
It is made of a bronze metal alloy.
What's it do?
What's it
Yeah,
do?
what does it do?
That's a great question, Gigi. You have no idea. You may want to investigate around.
I'm assuming that there are journals, notes that are in this study as well that were brought over, if not out of their boxes at the moment, then in the boxes.
There is like a chest underneath the workbench that's locked.
Do I have the key?
Yeah, I was about to ask.
I would like to have the key.
You can. Where do you check on your person for a key, Gigi?
Does my dress have pockets?
You found out the first episode it does have pockets.
I checked the pockets.
You find a little leather cord with a key on the end.
That has a key. I try to use the key on the thingy.
It doesn't. Oh, it opens. It opens. It's
That was
Get the
mean.
hammer.
no, you.
Okay,
You,
Fafandra's right there.
you lean down and you unlock this chest, and it pops open with a mechanical like double click. Like you insert the key and it makes a click, and then you turn it and it makes 2 more clicks. You realize as you open it that there were mechanics on the inside of the lid that were also keeping it safe. So you expect that if somebody tried to pick this lock without this key, it might have consequences.
Most definitely.
It would have exploded.
It doesn't have a padlock. The key is built into the chest.
Yeah.
Mm.
Inside, an assortment of more specialized or expensive tools, and also some journals off to the side.
Cool.
Diagrams, maps.
Mix of charcoal and ink alike.
Should everyone just grab a journal and start reading?
Oh, I was gonna say
Everybody grab a
maybe.
book.
Oh,
What were you gonna say, Matt? I'm curious.
I was gonna say probably Vandra and Gigi just look through it and mechanically just. I'm assuming out of the two of us, we're the two with the highest investigation skills.
Excuse you.
You have a high
I'm at a
insight.
plus. I'm at a +5 for investigation.
Very nice. Riz.
I have a brain.
It was the grace of Riz.
Any of you could grab. There's only like 4 in here, and then a lot of loose parchment with notes and like diagrams and stuff like that. I think if you as a group want to handle this,
Yeah.
you could have.
If everybody wants to grab a book and then somebody looks through like the spare stuff, we can either do everybody makes individual checks or half of you get advantage.
I will give Devondra advantage. I will hold the book for them.
Why Avandra? Why not me?
Here's the thing.
Wow.
If you're giving advantage, help action is included and you're just reading through and helping to point out things. You don't have to be like holding the book for someone else to read. If you're reading through and just helping pick out things that may be useful, then you are helping somebody else.
It's basically a group check using someone else's stats.
Yeah, I think probably doing that, giving certain people advantage on it is probably the fastest way to go about it, since we are in a time crunch.
Yeah. I will also whoever either Gigi or Evandra, I will give them the help action and start looking
Okay.
through.
So Avandra and Gigi can both make investigation checks with advantage.
Investigating.
Off to a
Number
good
1 was a
start.
17. Number 2 was a 16. So 16 plus 17 is
My
17.
other question: who here speaks Elvish?
Oh, that was
B, not B. Gigi.
Well, yeah, Gigi does.
everybody else
23.
diagrams.
I do.
Not diagrams.
I also do.
Okay. I believe Voss doesn't, but he was assisting.
Listen,
anyway,
at least
so.
half of each
Yeah.
pair understands Elvish. I think we're good.
Voss is looking at pictures.
Vosh just
I speak
extends the
Sylvan.
notebook. You just gotta flip it over in his hands.
So, Gigi, your highest was
23.
and Evandra?
25.
5.
You guys see several diagrams. There's obviously a lot of like just ages that are trying to figure out the inner workings, how one leg can extend, the inner mechanics of that, the battery power that it needs, etc., etc. But you also find a lot of diagrams of large monstrosities, and there are like little size charts with it. How many of you know what a purple worm is?
Yes.
I leave that to you if your character knows what a purple worm is.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know this universe, so.
They make monster movies about purple worms, my friends.
Oh, Voss has most definitely seen them then.
I feel like
Oh,
the
God.
Waterworld Godzilla is a purple worm.
There's some other.
Oh, I was gonna say.
I can't think.
It's just Tremors, just
Yeah,
reflavored.
That's what I
Tremors.
was gonna say. Purple Worms are just the Tremors movies of the
Yes, yeah.
What's that big bug called? It's like an ant or something. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's not nearly as big as the purple worm.
There's a lot of bad dudes in these
There
diagrams.
are several diagrams, and all you can see is the little line measuring how big it is, and then like literally just lines measuring their dimensions and comparing them all, and then measuring how small or how big this thing has to get. And with your guys' collective over 20 checks, both of you can come to the understanding that this is made to kind of trap. It's a trap and release program almost. It traps these large monstrosities and puts them into a null or catatonic like state so that they can either sleep while people are moving across their territory, or so that they can just pick them up and move them somewhere else so that people can live without the threat of that in their area. It is a humane way of dealing with problems.
Oh no.
You made a monster stun gun?
Basically.
Yeah.
But if I'm understanding what you just explained correctly, it's not a stun gun, it's a Pokeball.
Well, it doesn't go into it.
No.
Okay.
The rib cage kind of collapses. There are diagrams that show this. The rib cage collapses around the creature, and then the gem like shines. And when the gem is activated, then so is the magic encapsulated in it, which will put the creature into a catatonic or digestible state.
Rash's assistance in this is actually figuring out that the gem is inlaid with several versions of the Calm Emotion spell, as well as like.
Oh!
It's like, which ones do you want to activate?
So it's a monster sleep collar thing.
It's a big trank cage.
It's a big trank cage.
It's a big trank cage.
Does this help us at all?
Not unless there's a large monster we have to take care of. No.
But wait, why were the caravan carriages bringing it here?
Probably to show it off.
boss would like to know if he knows something. I know why this is here. I don't know if Voss does.
What's up?
What's up?
Okay. So, knowledge of dragons, very unknown.
Yeah.
Yep, just gonna leave it there.
Okay.
Okay.
There are no diagrams of dragons in
No,
these.
this is not made for dragon use because those are sentient beings that you can
Communicate with.
Doesn't matter
Doesn't
what it's
always
built
mean it
for.
goes well, but they do tend to be
Yeah,
of higher
this
intelligence.
this seems to be made for large, unintelligent creatures.
Unintelligent, dangerous creatures.
Maybe a troll or two at most.
Oh, I'm like an Eden before. Diagram of an Eden. Oh no, Eden.
Well, Avandra doesn't have even remotely close to the same mechanical knowledge as Gigi does. Would I be able to pull from this information, even though it's built for larger things, could it be used for much smaller things,
Guess what?
such as people?
Based on the diagrams, you don't think so.
Looking at
Okay.
it and the way that it's like 5 feet wide, 5 feet tall, and about 7 feet long. Just at its resting phase, which was
Good
small.
friend.
You can't really fit a person in there the same way that it would fit one of these
Yeah,
monstrosities.
you could put a person in there, but they could walk out from between the ribs.
Yeah.
So
It's not like a field. It has to be contact.
The ribs can pull in to whatever it's surrounding.
this is
It
the
would be
point
like-
where it's the most pulled in.
Yeah, this is the smallest it gets.
Gotcha. Okay. That's
Could be very
very good.
Travel size right now.
whole cart. Whole cart.
What else is in the chest aside from diagrams, journals?
It was the diagrams, the journals, and then just some specialized artificer's tools.
Okay.
A few of them are bedazzled.
A couple circlets too, actually, but they're just kind of thrown in there amongst like almost
Haphazardly.
haphazardly. Like somebody decided in the middle of wearing a circlet that they weren't going to wear it anymore because they were too busy doing something else.
I would like to go back to the chest and see if there are any secret compartments.
You can make an investigation check to that.
Would you like a guidance?
Yeah, I would love a guidance.
I will cast guidance.
Okay, thanks. 1d4. So that'd be a dirty 20.
Thirsty boy.
Was an 18. Then I rolled a 2 on my guidance. Thank you, small man.
I got you, buddy. I got you.
You, Avandra, you've got a history.
That's a nice way to put it.
We don't talk about it much, but you've got a history. You go to this chest, and you follow the mechanics that are in the inside of the lid, and sort of like rub your fingers along the inside front, and then you feel a place where you can click in two places at the same time. You immediately click in two places at the same time. And this heavy-ass lid, which is too heavy for a normal lid, and most people would explain that away with the mechanics and gears, except you notice that they're all on the, like, inside front, not the top. This inside lid flips down, and just a bag of what sounds like coins, and a couple more sheets of paper are sitting on that, like, inner lid that falls down.
Taking the papers.
You pick up the papers, and they are a scroll of pedigree. They are a family lineage for the Gadao family, which lists the Lady Gallia Gadao by name, and giving her her noble title and her family crest.
There's like a branch that's cut off. You recognize as your pirate friends.
Yeah, you look at this family tree on one page, and I will say you do see what was her name?
Galame.
Galame. And just much like the Harry Potter movies, where the like Sirius Black is like burned out around, like the tree branch is snapped off, her branch has been severed from the trunk.
Think
Oh, what do you know?
Devandra's just going to look at it, realize what it is, then hand it to Gigi and see if there's anything but coins in that bag.
You can dump it out. It's a lot of gold. It's
Occasionally, like a small emerald or a diamond, but it's mainly gold.
It's mainly gold.
Just tie that back up and put it back in, because
I can't let Gigi know that I stole it from her. She's watching me do this.
Do I see this?
I think also this is probably the first time that Avandra's actual, like, borderline criminal background has come into play around the group.
Yeah, you all watch Devondra just walk over and be like, yep.
Keithree did find your mugshot, but
Keithree did find your mugshot.
I don't think she shared that with
No, I don't think
She
so.
only sent that to Avandra and was like, please don't do that again.
Boss rolled way too low on this. He's just gonna look at Avandra like, do you swear you weren't a detective at any point in your life?
I
Good
mean,
thought. Good thought
archaeologist
process,
is kind of close.
but opposite. Anyways,
Private investigator.
that's not the opposite, but I'll let you keep thinking on that one.
Damn, if only Rash was, wasn't Rash, and I'd say no, investigator or privates is more like it.
Well,
Anyways. That's what you get out of the funk.
so monster trap and release program. Why is that important?
What?
Or why could it be important?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's think.
Somebody. I don't know if the letter would be in.
What in the moor, or what nearby would they need this for? What is here right now?
Who would be the one person that's currently here in the party that we can talk to about giant monsters?
Stefan? He was hunting the cockatrice.
Do I cast sending at Stefan?
Oh, sorry, what's going on?
We asked ourselves, who can we talk to about giant monsters in nearby realm? Like Stefan.
Hey, that's kind of fair assessment, actually.
That's pretty fair.
The man fought a cockatrice alone.
Cockatrices are actually small.
They are,
Quote,
but they are.
Well.
alone.
Oh, that's another thing that I remembered that I do not have written down.
Cockatrice?
Rusty's, who he did send to go to this event, has not showed up at all.
Well,
Wow. He's here.
he's here.
Just haven't seen him all night.
Saw him in the white stuff.
His chair. Yeah, we're gonna leave that at that.
Yeah.
I miss him.
Damn. Nope, can't do that.
What? I thought Rusty's representative did not show up at all.
No, they said that Rusty's representative had not shown his face in the party yet. However, I will
announced.
hasn't been announced at the party. I will say that there was a placement next to Gigi at the table, on that side of the table, for...
Gigi actually was the only one that saw.
That's right, Gigi was the only one who saw the nameplate. There was a placement next to Gigi for Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, that fucker.
And when Stefan said that the person hadn't shown their face yet, that Rusty sent, he did point over toward that part of the table.
Just to be assured, DMs, we don't need to interact with.
No, you do not need
to
to.
interact with Herlock. He is Herlock knows where.
Yeah, yeah. Herlock is not necessary for you to complete this mission. This is the part of the escape room where we say you don't need anything above the third shelf.
If I can't
It's
reach
good.
it, you don't reach it.
Yeah.
We don't need anything past the third brain cell. Got it.
Yeah.
You got 4 brain cells, right?
Yeah, you got 4 whole brain cells.
We have 1 extra. Nice.
Do we? Because mine's still kind of screaming in pain.
Oh.
Comes and goes. I've taken so many medications.
James is the apothecary. Do something.
I don't think he can do anything from this far away.
All right, Miracle
The dice
Maker, do
travels
something.
Easily.
Yeah, but I'd have to do an assessment of him, which would probably involve me seeing him. No touch touchy. We don't touch sick people.
My head hurt.
I'll just go get Stefan. No need to sending him. I'm sure he wants an excuse to get away from the party anyways.
Probably right.
Where is Stefan?
He's
What is
in the
Stefan
Great
doing?
Hall.
Because he doesn't have boss to stop him.
We would escape the party. This was after the point where she sent them off. Yeah. If you're gonna go get Stefan, your best bet is that he's probably at the Great Hall where you saw him last time.
I just lost my
Yep.
fucking.
That's, I'm gonna go.
As Voss is leaving, Yvonne's just going to look at him and just say, Elena was sent to her room last time, yes? By the time that you went up to get Stefan? After we stepped out of the dungeon?
DMs remind me.
You didn't see it at that point, but yes, she had been. We found out later that she'd been sent to her room.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know the exact time frame, but yes, at some point she was sent to her.
And then Voss is also going to turn like, should I stop her?
I was more going to say just pay attention to see if she's still there instead of actually having gone up.
Will do. I'll do nothing but invite Stefan down.
Yeah, I know. I rubbed it. Because I did last
Voss
second.
is off to do that.
All right, Voss, you head over. You're on the ground floor already because you're on the grounds of the castle. You head back in through the front entrance. The guards let you through without issue because you've already been in and out of the party. They know you didn't check your weapons back out or anything like that.
I just left the party, grabbed a different weapon, come back in. No.
They saw you on the grounds. I mean, it's not like you were out of sight of guards at any point. Not to mention, it's kind of a lighter amount of guards here than there were before. Quite a few have been regimented to the dungeon. The one guard that's up here let you in. You head toward the party proper and take a look. Stefan's not out in the entrance hall. But you take a peek inside and you do see him sort of standing off to the side of the entrance, as far away from whatever dancing is happening as possible, sort of watching it in the most bored expression on his face, watching the dancing.
Elena with him?
No, you do not see the princess.
Okay.
I'm gonna go up to him.
You will what?
I'm gonna go up to him.
Before you get within 15 feet of him, he turns to look at you.
I'm gonna wave him over, like, come over here.
Without hesitation, immediately off the wall and over toward you. Any excuse to get out of this fucking party.
I don't want to be here.
I don't want to be here. Stefan approaches you, steps out of the hall with you, if that's what you want, and goes, so what did you learn?
This is gonna sound like an odd question. But you're used to those from me anyways.
Very.
There's something happening, but it can, like the king said, it can wait till tomorrow for right now. On a side note, to you. Have there been any reportings of large beasts recently?
Large beasts?
There's something that arrived at the castle today that kind of concerns me.
Oh, what? That big,
Contraption.
yeah, the metal thing? Don't like the metal thing.
Yeah. I don't like the metal thing.
I heard it's a gift from your new friend, the Lady Gigi.
It's a very interesting gift. Good concept. I don't like the execution.
I can't say I dislike it. I mean, if it works the way they overheard it, if it works the way I overheard people talking about it working, at least nothing has to die.
That's very true. But at the same time, what do we need something that large for right now?
Right now, no idea, but it is just a gift, I guess. I don't know. I heard that the lady was an odd inventor, but this proves it.
It grows to purple worm size.
Purple worm size?
Keep your voice down. You're going to scare people.
Well, we don't have
Like
any of those.
rib crushing purple worm size.
I hope we don't have to use it. Ever.
That's as small as it gets.
Okay, well, interesting. So you went looking at an invention instead of going to the dungeons,
We took
or
care of the dungeon.
what did you
Put
learn?
ex-
I don't get told anything.
Just a guy.
We're trying to keep as little voices about it as we can.
Right. Well, I guess if you want to talk to the person who matters, you could go see Elena. She's been sent to her room. And I only stayed over here because I wanted to hear what you all had to say about it. But if not, I think I'll just head up there too.
Come with me.
With where? Where are we?
Just follow me, Stefan.
Fine.
Have I ever led you astray?
Yes.
Have I saved you more times and almost gotten you killed?
No, I think we're pretty even right now.
Perfect.
He just follows you.
And then Voss is also going to say, have you saved me more times than almost gotten me killed?
I have saved your ass so many times.
That's very, very true.
Yeah, he's gonna follow you. You notice as you walk out of the Great Hall, the pigeons that are kind of roosting in the rafters here in the entrance hall, do kind of flutter and follow, like, one rafter at a time.
Yes, people.
I do like your friends, as much as you might hate them.
I'll never be rid of them, so I just have to deal.
A pigeon's lifespan is very short.
They make more of them. They're loud about it.
The new ones follow you too?
Once they can fly.
That is golden.
Yeah. Keep it up, bird brain.
I can't call you Droopy Arm anymore. Oh.
That would have been hurtful.
And ableist.
You tell me you don't want to come see the Purple Worm Crusher.
I'll go wherever you want me to go. Since that seems the only way.
How is it always when I try to be friends with someone, I end up upsetting them?
I will say this. Despite the way he's talking to you, he hasn't stopped smiling.
Okay. I just keep getting the frickin' Drim vibes from every character I talk to with James. It's like, you're an asshole. I'm like, I'm not trying to be.
No, he has not stopped smiling talking to you. Like, any time, it's all sarcasm in jest.
Good.
No insight check needed for that. The man's smiling. I mean,
Leg.
yeah, leg.
Anyways, I'll be heading back with Stefan if they have done any talking while
Yep.
I am gone.
You head back with Stefan. Gigi, Rash, you guys are still there with Avandra and Key 3, who are discussing amongst themselves currently.
GG.
GG.
Because you have the highest perception, passive perception. Looking around at the machine and possibly trying to just get more puzzle pieces in your brain, or maybe you're just trying to narrow down how it works so that you have it in your own mind. You do see a envelope that kind of looks like it maybe got shoved aside in the move, and it skidded off onto the floor a few feet away.
Wait, what got skidded off? I'm sorry.
There is a envelope.
An envelope. Oh, I would like to pick up the envelope.
Okay. You pick it up, and it says, "For first regent of the Faerun Empire." And then if you look on the back, it has a wax seal with your family crest.
My family crest. That means I sent it.
Mhm.
Yes. I kind of want to open it because I want to know what's in it. It probably just has like directions of how to use the machine or something.
Possibly.
Maybe.
Oh no, I show it to the others. I'm like, hey, you think I should open this?
Rash, you'll have to answer for the others for right now.
That you are unavailable.
Haven't died.
Rash is
No.
Oh no, they're all they've all faded to white where they stand. Roll initiative. No.
Rash
That's
Master.
horrifying. That is terrifying as a thought.
just moved.
Well, if nobody's answering, I guess I'm gonna open it.
Oh, I hear Devin. Okay, Devin.
I hear Devin
No.
in the back.
Sorry, I was looking for something.
You're okay. Oh, go ahead, Gigi. Just explain what just happened.
Found an envelope, and it has like 2 Faerun people from me, and I don't know what's in it, so I want to open it.
Okay.
It says to the first regent of the Faerun Empire, and on the back it has her family crest with the wax seal.
And just above Dahlia Godot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
A letter from you to Alan?
To the Empire.
The Emperor, yes.
Emperor. Do you think I should just peek inside and double check what's in it?
I mean, can we like reseal it afterwards, just in case?
In the chest that you opened up, there is wax in the seal and stuff like that with your pedigree. So you
Okay,
could, yeah.
It is possible.
then sure.
Cool. I don't have any weapons on me.
You've got artificial tools right there on the workbench, babe.
We've got magic.
Is anything
Got
like
nails.
knife-esque?
Yeah, there's like files and stuff.
Okay, I want to like peel up the wax seal instead of like ripping it open.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Yeah.
Whee! That is a 16 plus a number. I mean, not look at bees. If it was bees, that would just be easy. 18.
18?
18.
Yeah, you pretty. It does leave a stain on the parchment of the
Just
color of
cover
the
that
wax.
with more wax.
Hello.
Welcome back, Vondra. Gigi is currently opening a letter from herself to the Emperor that she found.
Ooh.
You do leave like a stain from where the wax was. You can see the outline of it, but it when you put the wax back on it, it's just going to cover that stain. You open up the letter.
So inside the letter, it says to or here, and then the first emperor's full title and name, which I'm not going to relay for you because it's going to take a whole minute.
It's like 3 lines long.
It's so long. It's very formal.
No, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
James, do you want to?
I don't want to.
No, we're not doing
I'll
it.
write it out at some point.
First regent of the Faerunian Empire, previously blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
It goes into stat.
But it continues on to, I hope this gift finds you in good wealth and in good need. This is an invention of my own creating. Aside from my family's studies, this is one that I have worked on and is my life's work. I hope to change lives and hopefully to save many of our peoples from struggles of unfortunate events in nature without the sacrifice of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Of an unsuspecting creature.
Basically, you find that it is a letter that your duplicate is gifting this invention to the Emperor so that it can be used in his empire should the need arise.
And it is very prominent about this is something that you created. Every like 3 lines, it makes sure that you're credited and not your family's name.
It's being very specific about
Gallia. Knock it down. Gallia. But yeah, that's about it. It's pretty plain.
Okay. Cool.
Are you gonna reseal it, or are you just gonna toss it aside?
Yeah, I'm gonna reseal it. That's the sound of me resealing.
If Talon's leaving in the morning, when do you guys get that?
I will say there's one more part of this letter. Won't go into specifics on it, but it basically explains that this gift is in the hope that the Emperor will extend an invitation to you to remain in the Empire and continue inventing on the Empire's behalf.
Or at least on capital soil.
It kind of vaguely mentions that you don't want to go home.
It strongly implies, hey, are you looking for
Inventors?
Are you looking for a Emperor's inventor? I know that you hand in King's Mages, but are you looking for an Emperor's architect?
I will say specifically, there is a line that says, in regard... No. That's not in there.
No.
That's not. Never mind.
Okay.
Oh no, they almost let something slip.
Almost.
If that was the case, I would have had to kill James, and that would have been very unfortunate.
Would have been very... She would have
We already made a blood cube.
stabbed me with a croqueta.
I would have.
Croqueta.
Yeah, you can you can reseal the letter. I'm not going to have you redo your sleight of hand. Your sleight of hand from earlier is fine for it.
Do I want water? Do myself some water. Do you want anything?
Water? Gracias. De nada.
You know Spanish.
Un poquito de español.
In any of the journals, because especially after actually finding a hidden compartment, I, Matt, know that it's probably impossible to actually do an investigation check and pass for this.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm looking for anywhere in the journal where there are empty spaces, where there should be more writing, but we probably just can't see it at the moment.
You can make an investigation check.
Okay.
I also have a question I would have known this from earlier. What color are these journals?
There are multiple different colors. A lot of there's some pink, some purple. One's pink, one's purple, one's green. The parchment inside is all like just nice parchment. The outside are nice leather. Like they're like nice journal books.
I was just thinking if they were like the same size or thickness of the books they discovered in the moors.
Ooh!
Ooh.
Please make a history check for me.
Here we go! I'm
Guidance.
gonna use that DM's inspiration. Natural 20. Hey yeah.
Add your D4 to it though.
D4. D4.
I want to see how high. What is with all of it combined?
Hold on. So history plus 3, so that's a 23. Plus 3 is a 26.
26.
Please hold.
God,
Love that. Good job. Good job, Christian.
fucking round of applause for that.
Thank you for that
that's
white
good.
die.
Oh,
You are so welcome, Christian.
oh my God! Then that's what. Oh, if those are the books and they're there, then where the fuck is the machine? If not with the books.
And now, question, Avandra.
Uh-huh.
What was that? What was the god or godlike entity that attacked you in the temple?
Tiamat.
Okay.
Tiamat. Tiamat.
Oh,
Only
Dragon
because
Lady.
it's a natural 20. And we have to honor natural 20s.
No,
You
Anything else?
I want you to know that it started off as a 2, which became a 5.
you could he used his DM inspiration. You could compare these books by size to those books that were pulled from the moor. It's hard to distinguish if they are exactly the same books because you were looking through a TV screen at B-roll footage that was in the
Which is
background of a news.
zoomed in, and then it also all these things are very old and
How-
mucky.
Zoom and enhance.
However,
Zoom and enhance.
Your allies cannot
however,
do
you get a feeling that even if they're not the same books, all of these books, despite being different colors and in some ways different parchment, are the same size as if the person who owns them is obsessed with making sure that they would fit on a bookshelf and look even.
Yeah,
What
that makes sense.
what got pulled out of the moor would likely fit that same mold.
Okay, this all happened in Voss's brain. While he's walking back with Stefan, he's like, Stefan, we have to go. Quickly now.
We have to. What?
Quickly, just follow me.
Where are we going? Are we
Same
going
place we were going.
just faster? Okay.
Just faster.
He starts jogging next to you as you're like fluttering. And
And
yeah,
I rolled a. Oh, sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I rolled a 19 to try and find the invisible ink.
You look through these journals and you Avandra wanted to see if there was any invisible ink in the
that.
books.
That's fair.
You do not see any passages that would use invisible ink. But I will say with your 19 investigation, these journals seem like they have been rewritten.
Anybody use magic yet?
No one has used magic yet.
Fun.
You look at them and the handwriting is too evenly spaced. Like, you've seen, you have to at this point have seen Gigi taking notes. They're immaculate. They're immaculate notes. But Gigi also rewrites her notes like 3 times.
It's that one fucking girl in high school that had the 4 different highlighters and like wrote perfectly within the lines and made it beautiful. And if she fucked up, she wrote a whole new page.
Yeah, these, not to mention these journals that you have here, they have other passages for other inventions that don't have like the full like invention in them. And then there's one book that has primarily this invention.
It's a sketchbook for an artifact.
It's an artificer's like journal. So you would expect, had there been anything with invisible ink, it probably wouldn't be these perfect journals that could be presented to someone to explain something.
Well, going off of that, then, does it feel like it at any point there is like, how do I phrase what I'm trying to think of? I think I'm just trying to see if there are any passages that seem like there is information that is important but was left out. That still doesn't upset that doesn't necessarily upset the flow of how the notes are written, but are missing something.
You guys did your investigation checks earlier. You did amazing. The only things that have been left out of this are like very specific details on how to power the machine or how to mostly how to power the machine and then how to build it from scratch. Like there's mechanics in there on how to repair it. But
this is the medieval version of patent pen.
Yeah.
They don't want to give away all their secrets.
It basically the only information that's missing is proprietary information.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I will say about that time, boss, is when you and Stefan arrive. Stefan kind of like stops jogging as he approaches the arch and looks in at this giant machine that's been uncovered. And he's like, "Oh, don't like that."
Spooky, right?
It's a little spooky.
Avondra's looking in the book, and Voss is going to do that thing where you walk by and snatch the book with one claw in the center fold. And he's going to grab the other ones and stack them together. And he's just going to turn and look at Avondra and say, "How would these look if you just pulled them out of a moor?"
Avondra is kind of just standing there with her hand still where she was holding the book, just kind of like...
Voss just stares at you. How would these look if they were just pulled out of a moor?
Finally looks up, makes eye contact, is very obviously like, I don't know what you're doing right now, but you just took a book out of my hand. And then looks to the books, and with Voss pointing that out, will I have to roll to see if Avondra connects the dots, or...
He's not paying attention.
You're fine. Do whatever you want.
He's not paying attention. He's still looking at the machine like...
I don't think you need to roll. If you feel like you need to roll, you can, but because it's being pointed out to you,
Yeah.
I think you're fine to do
The sharing of information is valid.
Yeah, it's just the few seconds of just moderate aggravation immediately turning to, oh, fuck.
This is modern feminism talking.
That's what our plot
Then
is.
Voss is just going to slowly pass with Avondra in the shocked state now. Voss is just going to pass all the books back to Avondra and turn back to Stefan. It's like, yeah, this thing is massive.
It's pretty... What was that about books in the moor?
Are you planning on littering? Is my dad okay?
I don't know. We heard
I
something
heard that.
Wall.
I heard that.
I think something fell out of the fridge.
Yeah, he's fine. I heard the fridge closed. It's
Yeah.
fine.
It's fine. Stefan's like, what was that about books in the moor? Why?
Pieces of the puzzle, Stefan. Pieces of the puzzle.
I just don't get told
Yeah,
it. Doing the weird thing again. I still do the weird thing.
We're time travelers, Stefan. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. You make that joke all the time.
It's how we know it's gonna. It's how we solve everything.
Wait.
Make that joke all the time.
Avondra's just staring at Stefan, just...
Don't do the please don't. I've been at a party all night and I don't like those. Don't do the stare.
I don't think I can handle much more.
How...
I'm serious, Savon.
I'm curious, Stefan, only because my mind is everywhere at the moment. How often do we make that joke?
Not often. I mean, you made it like what, a year or two ago, maybe. I just keep track of the jokes best I
I have
can.
a tally.
I don't know. We were on the boat.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh.
Didn't expect you to remember offhand jokes, but we were just on the boat, and I asked you how you all had gotten there before us, and You said, please stop.
I'm feeding it. I got messy.
I asked how you all had gotten here before us, and you just said you were time travelers and laughed it off. And we just went on with it. Elena was more interested in your story than anything else, so.
Fair enough.
So is there a reason we're looking at the giant machine gift instead of actually handling the dungeon thing? Or, no offense, Lady Gallia. He seems to notice Gigi and, like, does, like, an awkward, like, half movement of his head.
It's more of trying to figure out why they wanted to take our carts earlier.
Right, you mentioned that.
And this was one of the things on the cart they either had an interest in or had an interest in removing from the cart. So we wanted to investigate it.
I will mention
As a DM.
They, when you tried to communicate with the lizard folk, they said they didn't want that thing.
Okay.
They were
was
just trying
too
to remove. It was too heavy on the cart. They just wanted the cart.
I wonder if they wanted the cart so they can move easier, take all their stuff with them. Oh.
For an evacuation?
Yeah.
Nobody knows you're coming.
Yeah, too bad. Too bad we designed it that way.
I love being God.
Alright.
This is just more fuel for the fire that is going to be my campaign. That's all I'm going to say.
I'll have to talk
Seem
to
to
them.
remember, seem to forget that they're both in my campaign already.
Oh, a boat.
But, I mean, you guys just added a twig. Ane added a fucking log the other day.
Oh no.
That's fair.
Oh god.
But yeah,
Oh god, indeed.
you guys have discovered quite a bit in here, although you're not sure if it's helping with the current situation. There's information that might be useful sometime.
Yeah, I
Now
think
I'm gonna-
we'll
I'm
also
gonna
give
also go over to
Stefan-
Avandra and whisper the princess still went up to her room, so it means she is probably on about the second pin of the lock right about now.
Okay. Two people just talked. Avandra, what were you saying before that?
Oh, I was going to say, I think after Voss says that, she will nod and... well... I think maybe we should stop her again.
Well, no reason for us all not to go.
But I think Avandra will give Stefan the minute-long Cliff Notes version of what they found out from the dungeon. Again, technically.
Okay, as you walk, you can fill Stefan in. He's rather grateful to be filled in. Kind of realizes halfway through the grounds that you guys are heading around the back end of the castle, and is just kind of looking around like, why are we headed to the back?
Because we're pretty sure Elena right now is halfway through picking a lock to get into the dungeon to go and talk to the people who are currently locked up.
Yeah.
That does make sense.
I wasn't expecting them to be so on board with that. He's like, yeah, that makes sense.
Why the well, I guess she was interested in the dungeon, and then we didn't go. You didn't go and tell her what was going on, so she probably... Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That tracks. He kind of fills in his own version of events there for why she might be down in the dungeon. Oh boy.
She's doing really good.
Vera?
No.
What's going on?
That's
No,
Elena.
Vera, what are you witnessing right now?
Oh, what's Vera witnessing?
Yeah.
Nothing for you guys to know.
Yep. They're heading around the back of the building. I mean...
Alright, let me see if Vera notices. Oh.
Cool.
A little distracted by a 20-something-year-old princess behind her going, yes! Whips her head back.
As you all approach the back of the castle, you see what Voss was the only one to see last time, which is Kira standing guard with her back turned towards you guys right now, as she's currently like in the process of scanning back and forth. And just a lump of poofy dress on the ground, covered in mud and dirt. Currently celebrating with a lockpick in each hand.
We get close enough and just.
It was for a second.
And I'm right on the bus.
Andre, I can assure you it was not.
Vera, believe me, I know that this was not your idea. And just looks down at the princess.
Think of Andre.
Okay, but I actually got it to click this time, and I think I'm only one more click away. So you guys just, I'm kind of on a roll here.
Just
This time,
wait. See if you can do it. I'm curious. I'm not letting you go in, but I want to see if you can do it.
Letting you go.
Oh, the lockpick breaks.
You watch as the lockpick snap.
You threw off my rhythm.
She pulls another one out of her dress.
No. Stefan,
No.
Stefan walks past all of you and just snatches the lockpicks up. And where'd you get these? My bag.
I'm using them.
Great. He just puts it into his pocket.
It's a good skill for them to learn.
does the princess immediately go to her pocket and grab another lockpick?
Let's find out.
Yes.
I think Amandra will just say,
And very slowly.
I imagine she probably got the lockpick from the same place she got that other one from. And just look, does the older sister like, really? You thought you could slide that one by me, look?
You took the whole bag?
It wasn't all yours. I had some left over.
From the last time you stole them from me?
No, not from you. From Harry. Look, if an 8-year-old doesn't need them, and I clearly do.
Okay. Looking at the rope going down from the balcony, just
Oh, you can't see it. It's hidden.
oh, fair enough.
It got hidden back into the vines.
Okay, fair enough. Looking at the balcony, do we see the top of it at least?
Yeah, you can see it kind of tied off to the side and then dragging.
You can
into
see it's
where
like tucked into the
vine
vines.
go down.
Yeah.
Going the other way, Duncan would tell my dad.
Yeah, Duncan would be doing his job. You told other people to do what you wanted them to do. That means
And then
you
I
wait.
didn't hear back from them, and then I got sent to my room, so I wasn't going to hear back from them, so then I wanted to see for myself, and then I thought you guys were still in there, so I was just going to meet up with you. You guys are here.
Yes.
Where does that even lead in the dungeon? Because I didn't see any trapdoors that led down.
It leads to like a fake closet, I think. Is that when the fake?
With your luck, we'd have to be rescuing Stefan from the trash chute again because of it.
Oh no, I think that one might be the trash chute.
I hate the trash chute.
Regardless.
Out of pigeons just settles in the nearest tree.
She's back.
You look terrible. He just looks at Elena's dress.
I look great, and she says as she like wipes her face and more mud goes on it.
Yeah, we're not. No. Snaps fingers, prestidigitation, clean. All the mud and grit off.
Yeah, I look great.
Well, luckily for you, your dad hasn't realized you're missing yet.
No, it usually takes him a few hours.
I think he's in a meeting or something, so maybe a few more.
Meeting. I did see him leave the Great Hall with the Dukes. That makes sense.
They were really antsy.
They were.
I'm sure they're demanding solutions now rather than thinking as they do.
That tracks.
Well, they'd figure out more solutions if they just talk to the person.
Speaking of
Well-
which, they did to the person.
They all have staffs up their asses, so
I'm not going
Face.
to argue that one.
that's why we're the only competent ones here.
Do you want to
And
hear what they have to say about
I
what
do.
happened? Okay.
I do.
You want to do that in your room where you're supposed to be, or
Nap time, though.
Which
You won't
secret
know-
way are you going to show us up this time?
It's nap time up there. Wake them all up.
all right. So we'll go to
What about the garden?
I like the garden.
the maze.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't get too mad if I'm in the maze.
That's fair. All right.
Especially if
Midnight maze walk. Nothing wrong with that.
No. Stefan and Elena lead you both all around the back end of the castle, where you see, much like in the modern day, where you all have seen the castle from above, there is an ancient, like, garden maze situation going on, where it has, like, gazebos placed inside of it. It's one of those hedge mazes where it's not fully, like, all the way up past your head if you're very tall. It's designed so that it's more of like a stroll where you can find your way out, not a like you're lost forever situation.
It's a very simple maze.
It's a very simple maze, and
It's like a cube spiral into the center. There's a fountain, and then it just spirals out.
yeah, and it's symmetrical on both sides of it. So like if you were to go in one side, you could follow the same path out, basically.
Not really amazing.
Can I make a somewhat retroactive insight check on Elena?
Sure.
Specifically for when she said that she almost got the lock this time.
Yeah, sure.
Really, I'm looking for... I don't think I'm going to be able to do it, because +1 to insight, but... Really, I'm looking for more of... Is she just saying it as a, oh yeah, I've picked locks before, or I recently tried to pick this lock and it didn't work, but now I have a second chance.
So you're trying to see if she's looped like you guys.
Yes. 13.
Hard to get a sense one way or the other.
Yeah. Alright.
It's locks.
Yeah, it's locks and it's Elena.
Yeah. Stefan and Elena lead you in, and you guys stop at like the first gazebo on the left-hand side. Don't take yourselves too far into the maze, because that way, if you have to get back out, you can just
I mean,
take
there's
two
benches
corners.
in the center. It's not that big.
There's benches in the center, and then there's the gazebo to either side, if I remember the design.
Yeah, we
But
can go to
I mean, do you want the benches?
the. I put goldfish in the fountain. No
You-
one's noticed yet.
Okay, I'm going to go check on the goldfish. So you guys go to the center of the maze, which really only takes like an extra minute to get to, because these two know
Very
the maze
simple.
very well,
Yeah.
and it's simple. And you find the fountain, benches. There are goldfish in the fountain, which Stefan immediately like drops some food into, and they eat ravenously. Should remember to feed them.
I do feed them. I wasn't able to get out today to feed them.
That makes sense. Maybe you should tell more than one person about the goldfish.
He doesn't want me to have any more animals. He thinks it's too crowded.
Where did you get goldfish? Stefan's just like,
The Hawks brought them.
okay, so
No one has a bad fit. Look.
You know what? Voss is going to make a check here. And this just to be funny. Because I'm going to assume that goldfish are not native to the lands at all. Okay, yeah. Voss is going to be like, you're telling me a hawk brought you a goldfish from 2 continents over.
I don't know if it was 2 continents. It might have been somebody's bowl. Either way, it's finished her.
Multiple goldfish?
There's at least 3, yeah.
You know how hard goldfish are to take care of?
I think we're doing swimmingly. Pun intended.
The one that she said has the somewhat messed up fin.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What does it look like?
It has there's like
It does not look like Sir Tofu Squiggums.
Okay, thank you.
It does not look like
We
Sir
did not
Tofu
regenerate
Squiggums.
the fucking fish. It
The
has
eternal, the
Ah,
eternal
yes, Sir Tofu
goldfish.
Squiggums was within the radius of the book, and therefore...
if this was
You
a-
did not sprinkle this goldfish. Gotcha.
No, we did not
It
sprinkle
is
the
not
goldfish.
a bug-eyed goldfish. Just a normal fucking goldfish.
The bad fin.
Please do not sprinkle the goldfish.
I don't know what I would do if Artagan was a goldfish right now. I'm
It's fine now.
No, it'd be either Ogma or Avandra themselves. So
For what?
the goldfish instead of the Fae.
It's actually just Keither's grandma.
It's just...
ooh.
I've been cursed to live my life as a goldfish.
I should not have bet that one devil in Monopoly.
Anyway, you guys can sit down on the benches or the fountain edge and fill Elena in on everything if you would like to.
Yep.
Stefan, you can give them both the longer version rather than the Cliff Notes version.
So,
Yep.
you talk to these people. There's some sketchy stuff happening with that group, and then you went to go look at Miss Goodow's machine.
Trying to figure out why the lizardmen were so upset with us in the moors. Or wanting our wagons?
Did you come from the moor?
Did what come from the moor?
You just said they were upset with you in the moor. You did not come from the moor.
Why
Upset
the
with us
lizardmen
about
from
the
the
moors.
moor were upset about the wagons and that being carried on it.
It still seems like the more pressing issue at hand is the dame in the dungeon who might die at sunrise.
Yeah.
Not that I'm questioning the wisdom of the heroes of Dragonspear.
Oh,
Okay,
you don't
you
have
can-
to say it all the time.
Listen.
Here's.
Listen, I know as much as you do. I'm included in that,
don't like
unfortunately. It's fine.
But you're like number one.
The Fen is number one.
You can't tell, but in Elena's head, her brain has this little crayon drawing of all of them, and then like number one is Stefan.
I'm just imagining the Grog one shot that Travis ran where he had all the just like child's pictures of everyone in the group. I was just fully ingrained. This one's Poikin.
Wait a
It's my
minute.
work not to be a hero, but to do the work. That's all.
Out, out of the book really quick.
Out of the book. Out
Um,
of the book.
the end of the first book, did it end with us talking to Stefan about what happened?
Fan was there, but I think it ended
It was-
after you guys introduced yourselves to Elena.
It
and then
ended with-
got loot from the unicorn.
Yep, it ended when you guys, basically when Elena was woken up and taken off by Stefan. I believe.
To go back home.
To go back home.
At
Yeah.
the end of the other book was when we were also talking to Stefan about everything that was going on.
Fan was with you the entire time
Yeah.
But-
in that book.
It was when you all chose to come and speak with Stefan and Elena, who had just shown up at the edge of the
Oh,
book.
we lost
Yeah.
that.
Well,
Oh, we
I'm just focusing on the man that's like, I'm never included in anything. I'm like, yes, you are. Shut up.
2 adventures that you have seen. This man has lived at least 30-ish years now.
No, we both hunted a cockatrice at least.
I'm thinking like from the first
Oh
book.
yeah, from
No, that's about 10 years.
It's
Yeah,
about
okay.
10 years.
I don't know math.
I don't know math. Yeah, no. The fan was joking with you when he said he was never included in anything because he
He's
just
referring
kept.
to the broad scope of things that you do not do in the book.
Yeah,
He's referencing outside knowledge.
yeah. You would assume he's referencing outside things. Okay. Oh,
What happened?
let's find out. iPod died.
iPod died.
We'll be back in a moment. After these messages brought to you by Lighting of Legends. Raid Shadow Legends.
Craig,
Roll, critical.
now
Oh.
recording. How are we doing on our recording?
Ready,
by the way?
Fazbear. We have not stopped.
It's a new record.
And also, the message looked different, so I think they updated the bot.
That checks out.
I like how it's just a wide-eyed bear in the corner of my screen that just says "listening to your conversations," like every other good government spy.
A government spy.
So this is just keeping the government spies from having to, constantly listen to us.
Yeah, we'll do it for them.
And he's still recording. Look at him go.
Good for him.
I love him. We have so many DM channels. Holy
I
shit.
know.
We can just shit talk until Matt comes.
We could just shit talk.
Theory talk.
I wonder if they
Welcome
figured
to
out what they
game
need to
theory.
do yet.
Yeah,
Nope.
I wonder. I don't think I had to wonder much.
This is how Devin feels about the boat situation.
Not at all. I haven't
Yeah.
figured out anything.
This is fun. I will say in game it's about
10:30, 11?
It's about 11 o'clock.
11, yeah. You guys have hit about 11
Do you,
o'clock.
do you here's the real question. Do you think we should have figured it out by now?
I would hope. But
I think you guys have been close once or twice, but never hit the nail on the head.
well, they've only gone through it like once.
No, but I
Oh.
mean, like, in
Yeah,
theorizing
yeah.
and talking
Hey,
about it.
better question. And this I think you can say. How many times through the book did you think it was gonna take?
Two.
Yeah, we honestly thought it would be more than one.
We figured no matter what, you were likely going to fuck up the first shot, and we were very excited for if you fucked up the first shot.
Because the echoes.
Because the echoes. We really wanted to show those off.
So you really thought we could have done it the first time?
I got
No.
worried. I got worried you were going to do it the first time.
You almost did.
Yeah.
At one point, and then everything changed.
When the Fire Nation attacked.
Fetch.
Oh.
Oh.
But then we wouldn't have got to see Gigi's invention.
Oh, you wouldn't have.
Well,
Or the
not
books.
Gigi's invention.
No, it's AGG's invention.
It's
Gigi's invention.
I will also say, Gigi, when you're going through the books and stuff, it is your exact handwriting.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, it's your handwriting,
letter.
your note-taking style in a little ways.
It is in charcoal and ink, so mistakes are kind of
It's a little messier than
a
your
little
usual.
harder.
They don't have mechanical pencils.
They don't have erasable pens.
You can see places where like the parchment was scraped to get rid of the ink for a mistake and stuff. Good.
My dad
I
just
know.
walked by.
And you were like this, yes. You get the shovel talk to your family someday. They're gonna be like, listen, you got it wrong.
Give me a minute, my mom's calling.
Okay. Not gonna do shit. Yeah, see? Yeah. Ah!
You want to know if she was able to pick it.
Would have been able to if her thing didn't break. She was rolling all right. She broke one, and then she replaced it, tried again, and got a natural 20 and got all but one pin done. You just need to get
Goddamn.
and then you fucked up the last time.
Stefan took back his lockpicks.
We're helping raise a beautiful young rogue woman.
It's better than the 8-year-old child that's the chef's son.
Yeah.
He
True.
raised to be rogue. What will happen to his dad? Terrible.
Terrible lineage.
Never be a rogue. Your parents are at risk.
A couple more generations of that too.
Okay.
So, how do we read it?
Actually, well, I'm gonna say a majority of the rogues in our groups
There are people
do
who are
actually have parents,
That's fair.
at least.
I know, but I like rogues.
I know you do. They don't all have to be connected, huh?
Connect the rogues.
No.
Tomorrow the world.
What if?
No.
Okay.
No, do go on. Oh, they muted. God damn it. God damn, my dog snores loud. Because
Did
there's
you
too
say
much.
your dog smells loud?
No, snores loud.
Oh, good.
There's just too much snoot for her. Just vibrates off of it. It is a
Too
good
much
snoot, but
snoot,
there's
not
too
enough
much snoot.
space.
That is true. She does not know what to do with her legs. There's too much leg. Like, if her legs were just smaller, she'd just look like a beagle. Or like a basset hound tried to turn into a beagle but got stuck halfway. But she is a good girl, but I am stuck with her in my room until my sister gets back from vacation next Thursday. He has returned.
Alright, what the fuck did I miss?
Well, they've been muted.
They've been
James had an
muted, but they
idea and
also
then
told
muted.
us that we got really close to doing it the first time through.
Oh, shit.
There was something.
And they were very excited when we didn't, so they could show us all of the echoes.
That was one of the questions that I had in my mind. It's just the what if we did this right the first time?
We just missed one thing.
Ugh.
Well, we don't know that was one thing. Could have been many things. Could have been a whole stream of things.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the first time about going into Savino's suite or whatever, and we never did.
We need the fucking evidence. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys were talking about evidence, and now you
haven't
went
gotten
and
any
looked at a
evidence.
gift, and you have no evidence, and it's 11 o'clock.
This is true. We are running out of time.
M-I-A-M-I, running out of time. And that knight will be killed in the morning unless you do something.
James, question.
Answers.
I meant to send you a game called Forgotten City. Did I ever do that?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because it's very much like how this is going.
Oh, I know what game you're talking about. I haven't played it, but I saw the trailer.
I played the original of it when it was still just a mod before it became an actual game.
Alright, so you guys have filled in Stefan and Elena. They seem to say that there's more pressing matters at hand than a machine.
They're just kind of sitting here like, you found out this pressing information, and then you went to go look at a machine? It's not making sense to them.
We had a hunch it was wrong.
To be fair as well, the last time you came to them with information, you had a lot more to give. This portion ends with whatever you gain from them in the dungeon.
Oh, we would still know the other things.
You do still know the other things. Do you talk? That's the thing. Are you just telling them what you've gone over so far in this run, or are you going to act as though you also did the things that you spoke about last time?
The fan
Because-
was with you half of the time now.
Japan was with you, and you also, last time, the way you found out about the things regarding the general and the meeting with the Dukes was that Gigi listened in at the meeting with the Dukes, and two of you went to speak to the general.
Shit.
And then one of you also spoke to the Emperor.
So you could say that you understand those things for those reasons, but you haven't done them this time.
Do you share past knowledge? Or do you stick to what happened in this run?
Vondra isn't sharing anything that happened in the previous run.
Alright, Avandra.
Yeah. Yeah, not yet. We need to get the nail in the coffin. We need to find the nail.
We have the coffin, it's ours, we just need the nail.
Yes. So I think we do need to go get the evidence from Savano's, from Duke Jalapeno's room.
Yes, we need to go and deal with Duke tomorrow. What he's got hidden.
Duke Subaru, got it.
Yes. I see James immediately look towards the. What the fuck? I don't think.
Duke Zarbon.
Question, James.
Duke Zaboomafoo.
Yeah.
Do the suites have windows?
Yes, the suites have windows. You're now on the back end of the castle, and your suites are on the side, so, you know. You can't see your...
Would it be a history check to know where on the building Savino's room would be, even though we passed in front of it?
Did you all find out where Savano's room was last time? Because
No,
you
we
knew where your room
found,
was.
yeah.
You
By
knew
this
where
time, they have left
Savano's room was.
by this time, they have left the council hall, right?
By this time, last time they had.
I don't see why anything would change this time for that. But we had an idea of where they would have the Duke stay, right?
What's that?
We had an idea of where they would have the Duke stay.
You had an idea of where on what side of the castle it would be, which was somewhere on the same side as you were, but probably, like, closer to the council rooms, not, like, in your area, which is more of a, like, non-permanent resident area, so
Hot
to
single
speak.
dukes in your area.
Oh, God.
And here's the other question. Just out of knowledge,
Mhm.
would the Duke have more than one symbol to his person? Like, would it be on other uniforms? A spare, maybe?
If you're asking for the locate object spell,
Yeah.
it would be the object that you saw. So it would be the one he was wearing.
All right.
Avandra,
Mm-hmm.
take a perception check.
Fuck me running 5.
Okay, carry on.
Why just Avandra?
Oh, those for the little changes, Vera.
Yeah.
Vera has just been silent more or less this whole time, but Avandra, you feel around your shoulder just tap. My lady.
Yes.
And she points through the hedges, and you see a very bright light outside of the maze.
What color is it?
It's white.
I'm walking towards it.
No one else sees this.
Where are you? Where are you going?
I'll be right back.
The Hierophant has been summoned, it seems. And you walk out of the maze, and shortly after exiting, you see the white glowing with just fucking blinding light almost silhouette of a woman floating there, hair drifting upwards. And altogether featureless. She turned away from you. What do you do?
It turns away?
She is currently turned away to you.
Is there space on either side to like walk next to?
She's outside of the hedge, so you can
Oh,
go up to her if you wanted to. You can walk around.
I'll go to the closest spot I can to them.
As you start to approach, you hear, though you don't see any lips moving. Hierophant, remind me again what our mission is.
Oh, fuck. Damn it. To observe change in all its facets.
And what is my name, the name you have chosen to bear?
Change bringer.
Good. It's nice to know you still remember. Do not sit idly by, as changes can be made. Impact for a better future. If we do nothing, nothing changes. Is that better or worse?
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
I think I understand exactly what you're getting at. In this case, it would be worse to not do anything.
Is it? You are Hierophant because I trust you to decide. But you must decide. And with that, there's like a tornado almost whirlwind of her light, and she appears.
Is there like a railing or something stable in the immediate area?
The statue. Yeah. There's like one of those Greek fancy fountain statues in
Hey.
the dance pose.
Andra walks up to it and just puts a hand and just.
Yeah. Yeah. You know who that was.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. I love that. Hey, Vandrin. Look at me. I am a Vandrin.
Look at me. I am a Mantra now.
I imagine that to Avandra's knowledge, It's been a long time since there was any recorded actual, like, physical incarnation of a god speaking to an individual on a personal basis.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even the clerics today in your modern world, it's all oracular visions in churches and stuff like that, but very few, if any, claim to have seen a god in person walk the earth.
Vondra bends over and pukes a little bit. Just kind of. I rolled very bad for a Constitution save, and I gave her disadvantage because it's a god that just talked to her. Oh.
Just a god. Her god.
Tapping her staff like this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I hope my
You're
night
just Ralphed all in front of your squire.
No, Vondra's
Squire's not
outside
there.
the maze.
Oh.
You're
You're
all
still in the
sitting
maze with
inside the maze with like Stefan and Elena, who are like, "What?"
No, she just needed to see one of her visions.
God stuff.
She was not listening the first time.
Ooh, God stuff.
Wait, what?
That didn't sound
Let's
fun.
just say,
Knowing what Rash can do, he panics a little bit at that one.
let's just say the Lady of Vondra has been visited by her namesake.
That.
What?
Scene step.
I love
Mistress of Vondra visited my Lady of Vondra.
I get that, but what?
Why is it so confusing? You're a cleric, aren't you?
I
I'm sure Agma speaks to you in her own ways. Her own ways?
Yeah.
We keep changing it every time.
No, I was about to her.
Agma in definition is.
Oh, is
Yeah.
am I the one who's getting that wrong all the time? Probably.
I believe it is
Agma is
male deity.
Agma is gender fluid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
Agma
Lord
is now gender fluid.
Yeah.
It's your world. You can do whatever the fuck you want with the gods.
You know what it
Sure.
is? I think the first time I read everything over, I was like, gender neutral
That's
deity.
No, gender neutral deity.
Alright, fair enough. I'll fix it in post.
Whatever.
I think Ovandra takes 3 or 4 minutes to just compose herself because she is a barely
Take 2, we're on a time crunch.
yeah, but she's a barely early 20s fucking college student who just got talked to by fucking a god. So yeah,
That's her to God, the first book.
Hot hairs, the wolf is ass.
heard. There is a difference between hearing a god and standing in the face of a splinter of divinity.
Oh,
that's
that is
very
true.
It's true. I mean, to be fair, you have seen her before. Once.
Oh, heard her before.
True,
Oh, that's true.
true. However,
It was all nature.
last time she also didn't fully kind of have to go into it with the mindset of I am not technically myself at the moment. I am someone else. So I have to pretend. I have to pretend to be the actual Hierophant while talking to a splinter of divinity.
I have to pretend to be. Hierophant.
You know when shit's affected me when I get sing-songy.
Love
Yeah.
when shit's
Good pull.
affected,
Good
Matt.
pull. Good pull.
Hell yeah.
It'll take like 3 or 4 minutes. Just do the fucking movie thing where she grabs the sides of her coat and just slaps it forward a little bit, and we'll return to the group. Although I think her back is a little straighter now.
Hoping it was a good vision.
You got a little vision juice on the corner of your mouth over there.
You just wipe it off. Right. Where's Duke's suite?
I can track his symbol. If he's back in his room, I can find where he is.
Duke. Said it was Duke Saveno.
Yes.
I know where the Duke suites are, like all of them.
If you can get me within 1,000 feet of it, I can find it.
Great, we can do that. That we can do.
Good.
And we need proof, so we need to break in.
Okay.
Do we like kick in the door and say the name of the church?
I was planning
us your
more
stuff.
so on.
Excited about
Can I
that.
have them back? Can I have them back? Can I have them back?
I was planning more so on
What is it,
using the
just yell at me
window other than the door,
from
but
the
yeah.
window?
Window back.
And the princess, they can't do that. I outrank all of them.
Hey, father.
No. Can you really be mad at this phase?
Yes.
I'm sure he could.
One thing
Looks at this woman who has never interacted with her before.
Sorry.
Roger looks at the princess and just says very soberly, "It's one thing
You
to be
cannot fight
leaving
the
a room
princess.
after you've been told to go there for the evening. It's another entirely to be found breaking into a
Or the prison.
important member of government."
Yeah, but if he's a corrupted member, then I'm hoping to out him, and then I'll.
Find anything
Yeah, but-
about it.
And besides, we haven't figured out the legal system yet, so who even knows if I'm gonna get arrested? I don't even think it's possible.
I think Avandra is
The
going
pain of James on my face, not the pain of Stefan.
Avandra is definitely going to give Elena the look of, "I can't stop you from doing anything like that, but I've let you know that's probably not the best idea." Just that kind of vibe look, and we'll say no more about it.
My idea.
Older than all of them right now. Is still babied.
Yep.
It's adorable.
Well, I say we go in the servants' entrance so that no one knows where we're going.
I was going to say I could just go through the window.
I don't know what window is his.
Yeah, but if you get me close enough to where they would be, I can still find where he is.
You want to go through from the outside? What if it's an inside door? Might not have a window. Not everybody has windows.
That's fair.
I have 2 balconies.
No,
I picked the best room.
how are you? Are you assuming the Duke is going to be in his room?
I think he's just assuming it's easier to
That's-
unlock from the inside.
That's the plan.
You want him in his room?
It's the only
No.
way I can know which room is
No.
his.
No,
Oh.
there are so many ways we can find out which room is his.
Didn't
He's
you guys say that the Dukes were all in a meeting with my dad?
Yeah.
So why would he be in his room? Just in the
Well,
last.
I don't think they'll be talking for that long. They've been in there for a while as it is.
You do remember that the Dukes
It's
were.
only been like an hour.
Well, it's now. They were out by 11 because they were out before Elena was down there.
Meeting.
It was, to be fair, they left before as Elena was being sent to bed.
I've got it.
Brain catch up. Oh, you got it?
We have the letter for Gigi. We give it to a guard, tell it to bring it to Duke Savano's quarters, and then we track the letter.
That's
That's a good idea.
a point. I don't know about the letter. The letter probably not a good idea, but something being delivered to Duke Savino's quarters. That's an idea.
You
Didn't I
want
have this idea the first time?
to offer
Besides-
Lady Godow's gift to the Duke that you are worried may be corrupt?
absolutely not.
Yeah, that sounds like a bad idea.
I think they just
See-
suggested making a new letter.
Yeah, they should just make like an
The-
envelope.
Or just anything, and just because there's someone here that knows where everyone's staying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most of the staff.
Mailman.
Oh man.
The courier?
The courier would know.
Yes.
Is there a bottle of somewhat decent wine somewhere that we can yoink and have that be a present being sent to Duke
Is there
Savino?
anything else in this room, period?
I-
That would be an interesting present.
This is a
In
garden.
room
This
outside.
Man,
That,
this is
yeah,
Home Depot.
it's outside room.
We could get. Why don't you just make an empty envelope?
I mean, the
Sounds
courier.
good to me.
Or that.
Can I
Have
at least stick a
gossip
flower
driven
in it?
Yeah, could.
Make it a little interesting.
Okay.
It could, honestly, the gift could be Voss just plucks a flower. The gift could just be the flower.
I want the pink one.
Right. Okay. So let's. Okay. Let's go ahead and do
Just
this.
pick something. We don't have time.
No, we do not.
No.
Voss just grabs a rose, grabs a pink one, shoves it in Gigi's hair. Right, this is the rose. Give it to the courier.
Why
Voss is gonna stare at it intently.
Why don't we talk
Alright,
to
got it.
him to delay the execution? So
That
you guys
seems
have some more
sensible.
time.
Doesn't your dad leave first thing in the morning?
Well, yeah, but he could still delay it as long as we let him know.
Yeah, I don't. He has to leave first thing in the morning. He'd be gone for who knows how long. I don't think him delaying it is going to matter if they really want her dead.
If they want it done legally, yeah.
If they're willing to kill civilians that offer no violence, I don't think they have very much say about legal or
But
not.
you said they were doing it under
Then,
order. They are trying to cover it under legal actions. An assassination within the castle would cause a lot of outrage, regardless of who it is.
then maybe we split up. Some of us go talk to your dad, and the others can go get the evidence.
That makes sense.
Bring it to attention, then give him
That
the
way, we
evidence.
can at least keep track of where the Duke is for the other team.
Fan?
It could work. I mean,
Why don't you and I go talk to Dad, and they can follow the Duke.
yeah.
Remember, if anything goes wrong, the safe word is pineapple.
Understood.
And as he says that, everybody hears a whistle in their ears at the same time.
I hate that.
Nope.
Yeah. Very
Oh,
active.
I'm gonna have to fix that now.
Oh.
Oh.
Nope.
You guys hear whistle, and then it's just like the echo of Elena.
Oh, like Elena was the one that sent it?
Yep.
That's kind of cool.
All right.
Okay.
Right.
I
Okay.
forgot about that. Oh, I wish I still forgot about that.
It's Key3 who had the safe bird, I
Yeah,
believe.
Key 3, can we have...
You see Key3 passes the safe bird up back to Elena. You all reset the safe word.
No, I don't think we actually have to touch it anymore.
Yeah.
Unison, what's the new one?
I'll take it. Do we need a new word?
Beans.
Unless you want to use the same word.
Beans? Stefan and Elena with the same inflection. Beans?
Alright.
How often do you say beans in normal conversation?
At a feast, often.
There's a lot of bean-based dishes. Not everybody eats meat.
Just don't
They're
say
usually
beans.
called things other than beans.
Here.
Two?
Llama.
Okay.
Just llama.
Just make the word legumes and everybody wins.
Lagoon?
Legumes.
Like beans,
Alright.
but bad word for it.
Time crunch. Let's go.
Yes.
Yep, legumes. Fine. Okay,
Legume.
great. I'll just. Stefan snatches the safe bird, passes it to Gigi, who had her hands out for it, and just. Stefan and Elena are going to head into the castle.
We're gonna go talk to Dad.
Um,
And you
I'll
guys,
go with them.
you don't have to. They're capable of talking to their father.
their father.
Their father.
That's the biggest reveal of the night.
Collective father.
I'm a prince. God,
That'd be
That
He's a
was-
bastard.
he'd be so
It's
bad.
not canon.
Nope.
No.
Anyways,
That's some AU shit. Yeah. So you guys are free to do as you want to with this heading inside.
well, I'm gonna assume on his way over, Stefan's gonna stop by the courier and give him the rose.
You guys basically head up with Stefan and Elena through the servants' entrance. like through the back edge of the kitchen and up a set of stairs where Elena and Stefan head off from you to the right. And Stefan points out to you a couple people, like some guards and another guy in like on like one of the second or first floors who could courier a letter for you. It's basically a page who's in the castle and therefore just has to do whatever somebody of a higher rank comes and tells him to do.
I will also say, for Avandra's sake, Vera will stay with Elena until you tell her to do otherwise.
Good.
She's just with them now. Her, Elena, and
Stefan.
Stefan. You have not given Stefan the talk in this version.
Time
Doing
crunch.
the god pie!
Time crunch, sir. Time crunch.
Time crunch! Time crunch! Very funny.
He'll get to talk another time, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
We know.
We know. Yeah, you can absolutely hand this flower. Just a flower?
It's a flower in an envelope.
Flower with a note.
Okay. It's a flower with a note. You hand
No
it.
stamps. Just
This-
a flower with a note.
They don't need stamps. You hand it to the page and say it's for Duke Saveno. He looks at this like note with a flower attached, and then looks at all of you and goes, "For Duke Saveno?
That's right.
I'm not judging, and I don't want to hear more." And he just heads off, like running down the hall.
How long does it take to travel the halls in this castle by chance?
Not very long.
I'm
Only
gonna go ahead and cast it now because it takes up to 10 minutes. I can hold it for up to 10 minutes.
yeah. You within that 10 minutes, you do sense when the letter stops.
Yep.
And you can follow through the halls to its location. You do end up like hitting like, I believe with locate object, it takes you like the most direct path to it. So you do run into like a wall. or
It just
like,
tells me you can sense the direction of the object's location as long as the object's within 1,000 feet of you. If the object is in motion, you know the direction of its movement.
all right, so you basically got like a heat map of where it was going.
Yes.
So you knew
I
that you
got
had
the
to
clairvoyance
turn
trail from
downstairs and then you're back
Skyrim.
upstairs. Yeah. So you can lead the group toward the area where your own suite is, and then past that area into a deeper portion of the castle where it makes more sense for people who stay here often to have rooms. And in this hall with several ornate doors, there is one in particular where these doors have like a knocker on them. Their room has a knocker on it, but it's just like a normal like metal loop. On these doors, on the one in particular you stop in front of, it has a knocker that looks like a
Fist.
like
Closed
yeah.
the open gauntlet, yeah. Fun.
Symbol of home. Oh god.
The symbol on his door.
It's really be like that.
It's
Was
really-
it the closed fist or was that one the open fist?
His
It was the symbol of helm, but different colors, if I remember correctly.
no, his closed is the gauntlet. It's open.
Well, no, his was
I will say this.
was it?
His isn't the symbol of helm, it's palm forward. Helm is back of gauntlet, I believe.
Is it?
Helm, whichever one it is, it's the opposite one.
Gotcha.
Helm is the back of the gauntlet.
Alright.
Okay.
Helm is the back of the gauntlet with that eye shape on it.
Yeah.
The front of it is blank.
But for this guy, it's like a raised, like it's like a raised short gauntlet with just the palm side facing out.
Now, here's the
It's a
question.
stop sign. It is red.
Is the rose inside the room?
You sense it right inside the door.
It just slid
Like
under.
it was, slid under.
The rose was split under the door.
I will.
Hey, it got there.
What the question was trying to find out is if someone took it from him or if it was just placed inside.
You would think, based on where it is, there's a wide gap under the door. If you look underneath, you can see it's just laying on the floor underneath. Like, it got left there. Little smushed. Just a little.
I don't think he's home.
Just a page.
Now, if we want, this is me whispering to Avandra, or anyone listening, or if we want, I can concentrate on his badge now and see if he's anywhere nearby.
I was about to ask you just that thing.
If he's not within 1,000 feet, I won't be able to do it again. And I can only know up to 10 minutes.
Alright.
Well, I can cast it as well.
Okay. I'll go ahead and use mine then. I'm going to
Look at you guys being useful.
I'm going to cast locate object. I'm going to cast locate object again on his thing.
You cast locate object on the symbol that he keeps on his own person, and you do feel the faintest sense of it, as if it's just outside of your range, but the spell still picks it up, and it is like a floor below and in the distance, and you could kind of equate that with where the Great Hall is. There is activity still going on.
Are there guards walking up and down this,
You know, a lot of the guards have abandoned their posts to go to the dungeon, so let me find out.
Avandra?
Nope.
Small changes, right?
Small changes.
They're still in the Great Hall. They didn't come out this time.
You don't know that. You didn't go
I don't.
look this time.
Okay. They're still down by the Great Hall. By this point, they had gone. I guess we saw them go down the stairs when the Duke released them.
I mean, by this point, you had already found Elena and came back and then told them Elena's missing, so then a lot of people went looking for Elena. They had gotten out after the time you initially found Elena.
But in the good news, he's a decent distance away right now. Now, how do we get in?
For Avandra's sake, there are guards still in these halls. But the last one you saw was like around the corner. It's like the guards have been spread thin up here. And since you guys have rooms up here, there's no reason for them to be like following you around or anything like that.
Okay.
Warm leg.
Now, how do you get in?
Andra slowly closes her eyes and then turns to look down at Key3.
Key3 smiles up at
Do
you.
you want Key3 to break down the door?
Well, Key3's been full of surprising little sneaky tricks, so I was more interested in seeing if she could lockpick the door.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Can you?
1 second, let us find out.
Okay.
Voss also flicks at a claw. I've done it before.
I've never done anything sneaky in my
Whoever's going to try to lockpick the door, I will cast guidance.
Put me in, coach.
I don't believe so.
Rocks.
No.
Okay. Yeah, no, nothing from Key3.
Okay,
Alright, Voss, you're up.
guidance.
Guidance. It's not thieves' tools. It's a claw. Do
It's
you want
it's your
disadvantage?
Yeah, it's disadvantage, like last time.
He's also proficient with his claws, so you can add your
Oh, that hurt. It hurt me.
And natural 20, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh.
With the yeah. So 8 plus 4 sleight of hand is 12, plus 4 from the thing is 16.
And then, did you add your proficiency to it?
Yeah, it was 8 plus 4 plus 4.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's 16.
Up to you. You made the door. You made the DC.
Well, that's fair. You. That's
Snap
fair.
one of your claws off.
It wasn't a one.
Profusely everywhere.
Yeah.
Fountain.
You need to find quick stop, quick.
Stop.
You feel when your claw hits the pins of the lock. You can feel the mechanics in this. It's an older lock, right? Like you're living. This is like the past. Easier lock pins, but you feel your nail like scraping against the inner mechanics because it is like a nail and not like a small pick.
Yeah, it's curved. It's not straight.
And so you're trying to reach up in there and you feel the lock click, but you also feel that you push too hard.
All set.
And not only do you chip the tip of your claw off, but
Ooh.
you feel like you might not be able to relock the door.
Ooh.
Good enough to get in, not good enough to do it.
Okay. We find the evidence we need. It won't matter. And if we don't, the book either sends us around again or spits us out. Either way. All good things happen here. Let's go.
I think. Is Voss immediately pushing the doors open to go inside?
Boss just says, I'm in. He looks at his claw, but not without sacrifice.
It's honestly, it's hardly
Okay.
anything that was taken
Yeah,
off.
You can tell that it's not a point like the other ones. Like, it looks like a claw, but then you look at it compared to the other ones, and
It's like when you
this
do your cat's nails and you just trim off the pointy part. That's what
and it also looks like your entire nail's been buffed with scratches because you did around
shoved in a
against metal.
mechanism.
Yeah.
Alright.
We in?
I guess we're in.
don't step on the flower.
Cool. I would like to cast Detect Magic, please. Just in case.
Maybe should have done that before lockpicking.
Yeah, probably.
If they have every lock in this castle enchanted, I swear to God.
Well,
Oh, and everyone dies. No.
Frost
You-
fall and everyone dies.
You cast Detect Magic. And you sense some magic in the room coming from like when you enter the suite, it's kind of like your own suite. There's a main room that could be used for entertaining. It has a desk area. It does have a window. And
Damn, you got a good room.
he's got a good room. In the desk area, you sense some magic, but it doesn't seem like a full-on object. It seems like there might be some kind of spell work on the desk.
what particular school of magic is it?
Let me
I
double check that.
believe you get that on both
You do.
Detect Magic and Identify.
Of magic. Andy.
Fucking Calamity has made me just
Yeah.
so very focused on just mages and magic casting in this goddamn game.
If you sense any magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn what school it is, if any. Yes.
Yeah, you do sense the School of Abjuration on the desk.
Cool.
Okay.
So it's warded. That could be anywhere from a
Alarm.
to
Magic lock.
10d10.
I like the image of like you're doing detect magic, and it pops up with this like little pop-up window almost that says abjuration, and both of you who are not magic students go, "Great, what the fuck is that?"
What the
That
fuck?
sign doesn't affect me because I can't read.
Oh God! Wait. Oh yeah. Oh boy. We know what the word means, but
See, Rash is trying to like add
Adjuration?
add inspiration. Gotcha.
Will do. Thank you.
I really feel like because you don't know words with magic, Rash, what you actually see when you sense detect magic is it seems like there's a sort of like thin ghostly force field around the desk. So it gives you that sense of shielding. Which
Okay.
abjuration is protection magic. So it gives you that sense of like shielded or protected.
Possibly protected from being scryed on.
There's like a thing on the desk.
That's a book, yeah.
Not
Okay.
That's a quill.
That was very good. That was very good.
Everybody's in the room at this point.
the constant need to just guiding bolt Voss is just so strong tonight.
I love being the asshole.
I think
Remember-
when everyone's in, close the door and then lock it from the inside,
Avante,
or try to.
you close the door, it closes. You attempt to lock it, and the lock just emptily clicks.
Great.
Let's hope he's just one of those people that unlocks the door before trying the door first.
You know what? I think I may.
If only we knew an artificer who could possibly fix that with magic.
I'm. This is so stupid, but I hope it works.
I love stupid.
We love stupid. Hit me with it.
If I can snap my fingers and summon Vera Light, I don't know if I'll be able to, though.
You stumped them.
Oh
No.
she said no.
No.
Oh.
Your
Fuck.
fingers and your light does not appear. You don't even sense her anywhere.
They really just took away all of my fun fucking party tricks, huh?
You got other shit.
Take away one. Sure, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You
Is talking to a goddess?
I'm also
Yeah.
pretty sure Snap for Find Familiar only works if you're like on the same plane of existence. Kind of in a book.
Didn't they have a Vero Light, but as a like ferret?
I did have Vera Light in the last book.
If it's already summoned, you should be able to just
She
summon it
summoned
as well.
in the book.
Well, here's the thing as well. I didn't have Vera Light summoned when I went into the book.
No, you can summon her. It's going to take 10 minutes, though. You have to cast Find Familiar again.
Oh,
Mm.
okay. I have to cast it. Gotcha.
Are you sure?
Years an hour.
Oh. You have to, yeah, you'd have to recast it.
We're on a time crunch.
Yeah, wonderful. Thanks. Love it.
It's not
Cool.
right.
Is there?
Hey,
Get that fucking long rat out of
Look,
here.
you still have your magic. You just don't have a fucking ferret at the moment.
What magic? The magic that I have that is entirely combat based. It doesn't help in a situation like this.
Unfortunate.
Fortunate.
Laughs and switching out spells on long rest.
so we've seen the basics of the room. Can I make a general investigation check of the room to see if there's anything?
Anybody who would like to
else?
make an investigation check could absolutely do so.
I'm gonna look
Yes.
Pretty sassy.
I still, that thing that helped me with the lockpicking is only a one-time use, right?
Only one time.
Correct.
That will be where's my investigation?
Unless you guys want me to pop an emboldening bond on us.
This might be a good time.
Well, guidance is just a cantrip, so you can just keep popping that out.
This is true, but if I pop emboldening bond, you get a D4. Plus, I could also cast guidance to give you 2 D4s.
It's up to you if you want to start using all that. I mean, how many times can you use Emboldening Bond? It's
3
proficient-
times per long rest.
Yeah, maybe pop one of those up right now would be a good idea.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll forego the investigation check right now and just pop Emboldening Bond between the
All right.
group.
Investigation checks. What's going on?
That's a with the emboldening bond 18 for Voss.
Okay.
24 for Avandra.
Okay.
We'll do that, and then I'll investigate afterwards.
Okay.
Ooh,
24.
good job, Rash.
Okay. You have a 24, 24, and 18.
Do you get
Well,
bonuses
well
for
done.
the guidance?
I do. If I'm attached, if I am one of the people attached, I also get it.
So that's 2.
Yep,
2 more,
26.
26.
Okay. Oh boy. GG, did you roll?
Oh.
Is GG asleep?
I'm gonna go check on her.
Here.
Okay.
I'm talking to my mom.
Oh, okay. Still on the phone. In that case, 26, 24, 18. That's some high rolls. You take a sweep around the room. And let's go with this in order. Voss, you were 18.
Yes.
You don't know a lot about the historical side of things. But
Nope.
you know a lot about rich people.
Yeah.
This room is lavish. In a way that's a little more than a duke should have. Because it's not lavish in a sense of he's showing off wealth. It's lavish in the sense of
He has good quality stuff.
little nice quality items. The seat on his chair behind the desk is a deep dyed purple that you're very aware can only be made by certain people on certain continents from certain creatures.
That's a lot of purple worm.
That's a lot of purple worm. It's a lot of mollusk dye.
It's a lot of beetle shells.
And believe it or not, purple worms do not make purple dye.
No, they do
it's
not.
a messy process, and it took too many worms to find.
There's
Do make good poison though.
it's not like there's like gems and things laying around, but in the same vein of like your father keeps his office tidy because he cares about his work and doesn't want people to see it, you also see that there is nothing out and about that is showing off his work as a duke. Like some dukes in the modern day, you've met dukes because your parents, you know, being aristocracy, have rubbed elbows with such people. And they often have like ledgers out on their desks to show which land holdings they're in charge of maintaining the municipalities for and things like that, even in the modern day. He doesn't have any of that out. He doesn't want it displayed. That's off to you. You can clock, even on an 18, that this desk is locked up tight. Avandra with a 24.
Mhm.
You know the history side of things. This is a duke. And in this time period, in this age, that means that he controls land, he controls serfdom, he controls the way of living for many people. You don't, wow. You don't
Sorry.
You don't see, much like Voss, you don't see the things in place that you would expect to see. There should be a whole lot of books out and about that keep track of all of the different people and like areas that he's in charge of. You know that he's in charge of the area of the moor, from what you have heard between all of your investigating the entire night so far. And despite the fact that he's in charge of the moor, you don't see any symbology in his room that would represent the moor. You don't see,
And this is a personal room, unlike ours.
Correct. This looks lived in. This looks like if he's not here every day, he's here like at least a week of a month, like 1 week a month, like somebody who's got an area they come back to. Or if you would actually know Avandra, that Dukes in this time period would probably spend like a couple months here and then a couple months in their municipality, like back and forth.
Yeah.
Because his area is only a day's ride away, he's probably here more often back and forth. With your 24, your past also catches up to you here. You think back to how earlier you went at Gigi's chest, and you're fairly certain, based on the look of the desk, that there might be some artifice involved in what is currently abjuring the desk, based on what Rash told you. You know that you can probably get into it physically and not have to magically handle it, but you'll have to figure out how.
Yeah.
And then Rash steps in with a mighty 26.
Yeah.
And Rash, I hate to keep bringing this up, but you're so short.
Yes. I'm aware.
It really is such a blessing, because you step your full personhood under, like, the desk part of the desk, and look up, and you not only see the 2 wards attached to gears that are currently abjuring this, like, chest of drawers and desk combo, but you also see the 2 shiny brass buttons either side inset in the top of the desk so that you can't see them when you look at it from the side. Either way, you can only see it if you are looking up directly under.
If you are this fucking short. It is a godsend to be small.
And Rash, you're the perfect height to reach up and hit them just like Avandra hit the ones earlier.
Sincerely, written by 2 short people.
Should I do that with the glyphs, though?
You can see that these 2 buttons are, like, attached to the gears of the glyphs. So I will say with your investigation check, you can see that these buttons are what will, like, turn the gears to remove, like, it would pull the glyph apart by turning.
Oh, then fuck yeah, do that.
What are you touching? What are you
Lonzo.
touching there?
Yeah,
what are
you all
turning?
see Rash step under the
What
desk.
are you doing?
I think before he fully does it, Avandra will just say, "Wait." Both at
I
the
got
same
this.
time. Both at the same time.
Okay.
Rash, you reach up and press each button at the same time, and you get to watch as these gears, like, you click in, and a spring releases, and these gears just turn, like, 180 degrees, and the glyph, like, pulls apart, and you still have the detect magic on, and you watch as the field around this desk, like, collapses in on itself and is sucked up into those glyphs.
All right,
Cool.
you 2 need to teach me about this at some point, because that is how.
Anyways,
I
start
wanna go to
opening
detective school.
drawers.
Honestly, we're not even sure ourselves, I'm pretty sure.
You're just gonna open drawers?
I'm.
Rash will say,
Is there
alright,
anything
it's gone.
directly on the desk?
Hold on. 3 speaks. Rash, what'd you say?
I will tell Avandra and Voss that the enchantment is gone.
Okay. I do want to add, because of your 26 and because of your 24, Avandra, there were mechanics of artifice in this desk. Just because
Yes.
the glyph is gone doesn't mean that everything is done.
In
That's
that
your
case,
freebie.
Gigi,
GG?
will you take a look at this desk and make sure everything's safe for us to open?
Sure.
Gigi can make an investigation check with advantage.
I'm
Yeah,
making
I would
an
like to help.
investigation check.
And you also get a D4 added to that from the
Emboldening bond. Yes.
So my first roll was a nat 20.
oh,
My second roll was a
fuck
2.
yes.
You all watch this woman in a nice big puffy dress walk over to the desk. Like, Rash, you point out what you saw earlier on the underside, and Gigi, like, leans down underneath and takes a look under, and just traces her finger over and around, and then, like, looks at the drawers, like, pulls on the corner of one to test the tension of it, and I think she just goes, ah! and just punches the side of the desk, and you hear a rattle, and then a thunk, and then she like straight on like like just. But who's that guy who like used to hit the jukebox and then it would just turn on and
Oh,
play?
fucking Fonz.
Fucking Fawn. Like
Fonz!
the Fawn.
Fucking
Like,
Fonz!
taps on the top of the desk over another drawer, and you hear another rattle and shake and pop. And that drawer actually slides open on its own, and you can see that there's this like mechanical spring attached to like a bottle inside, like a glass bottle, where it could have shattered the bottle.
Oh.
And instead of shattering the bottle full of liquid and ruining whatever was in that drawer, it pops open and you see a ledger book, and the other one you can open and you can see quite a few other books inside.
God damn.
Everyone
So the
take
one with the other books, did that also have the same thing that would have just...
It had a similar thing in it, except it looks like it was a box of powder that could have opened.
Okay.
Shit.
I'm gonna
Right.
take the one with the liquid. That had the liquid over it, rather. Not the actual glass bottle.
You see that one is one large ledger book, which as you pull out and open, you can see that it's land deeds, land holdings, and things of that nature.
I'm immediately flipping through and trying to find anything about the Moors, because that is very interesting.
You can absolutely do that. While you look through that, who's looking into other drawers?
I'm gonna grab the books from one of the books from the other drawers. Do they have titles on them, or are they just journals?
They're sort of just like thick.
A history of Faerun book.
No.
Oh my god!
Book that I fucked out!
This is some Inception level shit with books.
No wonder it's a hard book. I almost wish
I have to do the other thing.
I wish we'd done that now. That's pretty fucking.
Oh my god! No.
It just says book 7.
Oh
Book 17.
No,
right?
He was the one writing them. Oh no!
no! Instead of a number, it's book A. It's like
It's
no.
he actually is just writing a biography.
Yeah.
It's not good.
You see that the books in here, boss, are thinner, but each one just has the name of like a town on it. So it just has like the name of an area, and you can see that they're individual things. There are other drawers on here that are not the ones that were trapped that Gigi didn't have to go through.
Is this like a fancy desk, like stuff above and below it too?
There's nothing above. It's a flat top desk, but there's small drawers to one side, and then like the one drawer that Avandra's got the book out of, and then a large like cabinet that you've pulled these books out of, and then another like set of drawers on the side. So there's three drawers.
I'm gonna split those books, like of places, between Gigi and Rash if they want to take them.
I'm
Yeah,
kind of afraid to open
Sure.
up books in here.
What if there are traps?
And then
You
Voss
all-
is gonna go through all the little drawers.
Yeah. Boss, you start going through the little drawers. Avandra, we know you're reading into that book. It's going to take you a minute, but there's not going to be a check involved. You just need to take the time to do it.
Okay.
And then probably there'll be a check at the end, but the time will help.
Being the small one, I shall check the drawers that are closer to the bottom of the desk.
You can absolutely check the drawers near the bottom of the desk. Voss, you go through the top drawers on your side while Gigi starts working on the other ledger books. You find a wax.
Good night, Dad.
You find a wax seal and wax stamps along with a little burner for it. You find parchment, ink, quills, all the general like writing supplies up in that side. Easy access. Basically, if you wanted to forge something with this guy's stuff, this would be the way to figure that out.
We forge a letter of confession.
I ordered the knight to be killed. I did it. I feel
Rash,
guilty.
you are going through the base drawers, and I would like a perception check from you.
Sure. You know what? I'm gonna use my inspiration for that. 'Cause
Yes, use your inspiration.
Good. I'm making them eat them.
that was
Not bad.
almost as bad, but I'm gonna add the D4. 1. Okay, 10.
10 is pretty much what you needed because you were down there already. Because you guys have time to look through this, I have to imagine you're not just like rushing looking through everything. Rash, you find a letter tucked into the cabinet, like kind of behind some stuff and underneath something. Looks like it was hastily opened. It's kind of crumpled at the edges, but it is already opened. You see the wax seal on this letter is blue wax with a waved line through it.
That's fucking General River. Yeah!
He found the wax seal with River's symbol on it. He went, it's fucking General River!
Well, just gonna take a look, see at what this one says.
Don't mind if I do.
I like to imagine Rash just kind of sat back and went,
little reading glasses that snap together on the front.
He fucking hopped up and sat on fucking the Duke's chair and just like, oh, what's this?
it looks very comfortable.
unfolded the letter very loudly.
Oh, well, it's unfortunate that it's already been opened. It would be a shame to not look since it's already opened.
Rash, are you going to read it out loud?
No, I'm gonna read it to myself first.
I will. No, I'm just gonna tell you out loud because then you don't have to repeat it to everybody else. In this letter, the general reports that evacuations of the moor are going as expected. There has been some small resistance to change. However, you needn't worry about it. He has it handled. And so long as their accord remains the same, she will continue to handle it.
Oh.
So we're keeping that.
Avandra.
Uh-huh.
Gigi, Voss. Voss, you finished looking through all of the little items in the Duke's section. If you wanted to take any of the wax or the seal or anything, I guess you could. Probably don't need to. You can grab another one of the books from, the drawer that Gigi is looking through. The two of you going through the smaller ledgers of cities can see which ones have been the ones nearest the front, the ones most recently edited, with writing at the back of them, read evacuation numbers and populations. Some of which are written in red with loss of life. Or you can, written in red with loss of life, just like, and there are reasons written below this, like, thinking homes or like infrastructure issue or things like that. As you guys are saying these names of these areas out loud, Avandra, the deeds for the areas that they say out loud that had loss of life are not in the part of the binder where they are his land holdings. They have been in the part of the binder labeled as sales.
Yep. Oh.
Hey, laundering scams.
Money laundering
I
scams.
was just gonna kiss your hand.
It just became a money laundering scam, yeah.
Oh, I was not thinking money laundering scam.
Well, I mean,
was
it's
thinking,
not money laundering.
We're
It's land distribution, but still.
yeah,
Does it say who they've been sold to?
I have a feeling I know who.
In the face with my
I
hand.
punched myself in the face. Social abuse. No, it's okay. You can see that there are several different names here and there. They have not all been sold to the same person. There are several Dukes' names listed, as if the Dukes have been trading different land holdings. Which, Avandra,
Mm-hmm.
You know that historically, land was gifted to dukes for their, coverage and protection so that they could handle all military needs on that land and et cetera, infrastructure and what have you. In order to transfer land that has people on it back and forth, that needs to go through the crown because those are citizens of the crown. If there are no people on land, it's
I have to
just
do a damn thing. Fuck.
and it can just be
Oh, we got him.
Yep, we got him. But
Still don't have proof.
well, Avandra is going to take a chair. How do these doors open to get into the suite? Do they open outwards or inwards?
Inwards.
Taking a chair and putting it up against the handles
Okay.
of the door.
Okay, you do that. You do that. My door.
Is there anything else in the desk that is even remotely worth looking into?
You guys rolled real high. You've got everything in that desk, my friends.
Okay, there's
Got everything.
if I want to go in and look again for hidden compartments inside the drawers.
Rash, there's no hidden. It's not like an artificer like built this for themselves. This was commissioned
Right.
by a guy who just wanted to make sure it stayed safe.
Okay, fair enough.
It's
Then
one thing to like look at an artificer's like personal trunk of inventions and be like, yeah, that's probably got a secret compartment. But it's another to be like, this Duke who already had a glyph of warding on the bottom of his thing, like,
And 2 vials and powders.
2 vials of stuff that you guys. Well, I guess if you guys wanted to investigate the stuff that could have gone off, you could do that. But
I think we've got what we needed from here. We have a literal exit
Help
window.
us.
Doesn't help us?
All we have is proof of him doing his air quotes job.
No. We have proof that they're kicking people out of areas that they shouldn't be, solely so that they can go around the workings of the crown for land.
yeah, I will say that Avandra's knowledge of the history of it is what really put the pin in that one. Because
Yeah.
the book you're holding alone would say that he was just doing his job. It just says people have been evacuated or people have lost lives.
And with the combination of the ledger specifically
with the other
giving
ledger.
everything out, with the letter saying that there is a deal going on, which I'm assuming that if we look a little bit harder, we'll see that General River is getting nice bits of land as well. Plus all the others.
She's got a family that needs a house.
Yeah, that really sucks for her. Maybe she should have thought of that before she started going against the crown.
Alright. Remember,
This
time
is-
crunch.
Yes,
I say
and
we just go
that is
through the
why.
door.
I will say this. Earlier, when you all spoke with Dame Verdelia,
Mhm.
he spoke about where she was told, where the whole thing went down with her unit. That unit is the most recent in the sales folder.
Excellent.
Gotcha.
Perfect.
Yeah, so we have everything?
Combine all 3 pieces of evidence? Believe so.
Yes.
I say
Window.
we just go. Why
Is there
window?
anything else that shows up on
Well,
Detect
Lost-
Magic radar?
Nothing else shows up on Detect Magic, which I will say this. With the stories you have been told of the past, especially, I don't want to keep saying especially Avandra, but Avandra's thing is history, so it's like, of course she's
yeah.
looked up.
I'm a fucking archaeologist. This is...
The things you all know about the past, it should be steeped in magic, right? There should be magic everywhere. People used it all the time before, like, chaos rained down and things went wrong, you know? But there's no magic in the Duke's rooms except what's on this desk, which is very practical, mechanical magic. And in fact, as you walk out of this area, because Detect Magic lasts 10 minutes, I believe? An hour? I don't know.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yes.
It's been almost 10 minutes, but I will say you have another minute as you walk out of this suite with your friends. You don't sense much magic in the hallways either.
There's more magic around when we're in the current times than back here.
The most magic you sense is on you guys.
Well,
Because the Emperor doesn't like magic
yeah,
stuff.
that's what I was going
That
to
is
say.
why.
Yeah, boss, where is our friend that you've been keeping a mental eye on?
Well,
You
I just saw him about a minute ago. He was still way out over there.
He's been wandering around. He's been generally wandering around that far off area. Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet.
So, yeah. Close everything on the desk. Push all the everything back in.
I want to.
And then turn the wards back on.
Yes, I can. Yeah, when everything's closed, I'll go down back underneath and press the buttons again and reactivate the wards.
Boss?
You press
Yes.
both buttons at the same time, and you watch as they spin back into place, and the last of your detect magic shows the whole thing popping back over.
I love having moments where I'm smart. Voss, take everything we've got, go out the window, go to our suite.
I'm giving it all she's
Got
got. Boss, you fill up your leathers with you stuff a couple books in between your feathers and the leather. You grab them under your arms and you fly out the Duke's window, and Avandra closes it behind you.
Yes. And then I think who of the three of us who's actually the most observant stat-wise?
Talking passive perception?
Yeah, or just perception, because I was going to have someone.
Gigi has a +6.
Yeah.
Yeah, just open the front door a little bit, stick your head out, and take a look-see around. Make sure no one's coming.
Okay. I'll try. What if I look underneath the door?
A very large gap door.
We need to see both ways outside, because if you just look out, see no one in front of it, and there's someone 20 feet to the right outside of your range, then...
It's fair. I will try. I'll make an attempt.
Make a stealth check for me, Gigi.
I'm gonna roll.
Oh, actually, don't make a stealth check. Invisibility.
Where did I go? Where did I go? What did you do?
What do you mean you only have combat spells, you whore?
You're fine. You're invisible. Just...
Oh, you let Gigi be invisible.
Gigi,
Perfect.
no
Yes.
Gigi, you can't see anything. For those of you who are looking, you can't see Gigi unless you have a perception of over 20, in which case you can see 2 little pinpricks. Because you like your eyes. Thanks to Brendan Lee Mulligan for that one. I like it.
Oh my god, it's such a cool fucking thing. It makes so much
So
sense.
cool. Gigi, you can open up the door and peek outside, and because the door opens inward, there's no real change for anyone in the hallway to see anyway. But as you look out into the hallway, you see a guard who is passing on his rounds, walking down the hallway toward this door.
I still hide a little bit, push myself up against the door, so he doesn't see me for some reason.
You're invisible.
I know that. I still feel like he can see me.
He's coming. Are you keeping the door open, closing it?
He's coming towards me.
He's coming towards you guys down the hallway.
I slowly close the door so it's not fully closed, but slightly cocked so it doesn't make a noise.
Okay. Go ahead.
Please be a dumb guard. Please be a dumb guard. Please be a dumb guard. Please be a dumb guard.
I'm going to ask you to make a stealth check with advantage, Gigi.
Stealth.
Or the door.
Out the room.
And then added +4? Yeah.
Okay, though I fucking did sleight of hand. It's okay. It's still the same plus. The first one was a 17. I'll take that.
It's more than enough. You close the door just as the guard walks past. Kind of he's taking a look at each door as he passes by, but you can see that he's kind of rushing to get to the end of the hall because he's got to do a whole other hall. Walks past. Give it a few seconds. You can open the door again, and you don't see anybody else at all.
Oh.
Put the chair that I had put up against the door back to where it was.
Okay. Anything else you guys are doing to this room before you leave it?
Just flipping it off in general, and then being on our way, I imagine.
Am I going to be nice about this? Nice. Damn. What happened
When I go back in, I'm still invisible, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna play pranks on everybody.
I will say that flower is still in the room that you guys sent him, so...
I think Avandra will take
flower.
that.
Okay. That was me wondering if I was going to be nice about that or just like...
I was thinking about doing that, so...
I mean, it had a note on it, which was the funny part.
Take the note.
Take the note. Let's leave the flower. It was the flower bandit.
Our calling card, a single rose. Slightly squished.
Our calling card was book.
Single rose slightly squished.
It's for the book club, not the flower club.
Gigi, you can do whatever you want to your friends. You guys are free to walk out of this room and head on out.
We'll drop the invisibility the moment we step out.
Boss is just waiting for the rest of you.
Yep. I will say it is about 1 a.m. No, it's only been about an hour from
It's
the last
closer
one.
to midnight.
It's like midnight 15. You hear a bell toll in the distance that it's midnight, like Cinderella.
Now, if you had been in the same body you were in, or not, I shouldn't say it like that. If you had been doing this since take 1, you would have taken a point of exhaustion past like 2 a.m., I want to say.
Yeah.
Because
Is this Stardew Valley?
pass out immediately.
Well, we also had to get up early for the thing.
Yeah. Well, you guys can head back to your suite.
Yeah.
It's pretty inside. Like it's definitely not lived in the way that the Duke's was. You can tell that this is a room that is very serviceable. It has enough beds for you guys, minus Gigi.
Alright.
Because
I'll cuddle.
Gigi, you had your own room scheduled.
I'll cuddle.
You're gonna take a nap?
I'll cuddle.
But you do have this like open area where it looks like Voss has opened the window and come inside and placed your items out on the table in the center of it.
I think the one thing, now that we're no longer in his suite, we'll open up the big ledger again and specifically look for General Rivers. Anything about General River.
Yeah, if you're just gonna take your time with it, yeah, you're gonna find it. I mean, you guys, you see that there is one in the sales pile that is not in the moor itself, but against this body of water that curls right around the top edge of the moor. And it has the deed to it has been written in General River's name. You know for, I think it's probably a fact, there are dukes buying these lands, right? Like the sale numbers on these, on the deeds where it passes how much money is changing hands, exorbitant. There is no money exchanged on the one for General River.
So long as we still have this deal. That's so interesting. Yeah.
I think we sending Stefan, see if he's still with Halland, and we go.
So the three big things that were said while we were in the in-between world for the second time was the general was lying.
Found that.
Into the little changes and find the machine. Those were the three big things.
Yep.
Okay.
Besides the stuff that you figured out, like we've been here for days, like that it would keep repeating. You figured that out as well.
Do we also want to give Gigi's letter to Talent too? It's like a side thing, like, oh, by the way, this isn't. You open this later.
I think there's time for that, which is not when we bring information on the dukedom of or all the dukes of an emperor's empire. As wonderful as the machine is, I think that may come a little bit
Well,
later.
I'm saying if we
Great.
present everything, that way we cover all our bases, so we don't have to do it again.
As great as this Christmas present is on Cheryl, I think we need to finish Jim's funeral first.
That's very much the vibe. But I think I know why everyone always fucked it up, though, because fuck it up once and then keep going back, and you just keep thinking that you're missing everything.
I think we got everything, no?
Uh, uh,
Aside from running to the moor to see it ourselves, which we don't have time to do. I think everything's clear.
yeah, I mean, we get this information to the Emperor, and there's going to immediately be actual boots on the ground, eyes going, people going to actually physically witness what atrocities there have been. How I have to ask, the list of the evacuations.
Yes.
About how many is that? Individual lines of things specifically being written.
In the evacuations that you go through, there are about 13 different tribes and areas on the edges of the moor, because the moor is not this Duke's prerogative. The moor, up until very recently, based on... There's a map in one of the ledgers that shows what area is the Duke's that he's handling, and it's all kind of around the edge of the moor, as if the moor is its own entity. It's just surrounded by empire, you know?
How many of them are red?
There are currently 7 in the red.
7. 7 where loss of life was quote unquote unavoidable.
And there are 7 sails in the ledger.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Fucking message to Stefan. We have an emperor to talk to. Empire.
Scandalous.
I'm
So I'm casting sending.
Yes.
Yeah, I think while Avandra is piecing that together, whatever connection everyone has with each other because of these books just feels... Oh, God.
Rejuvenated and pissed.
There is a weight, and it is heavy.
The soul of a district attorney has entered the chat.
Voss's face just grows dark like the few dark feathers he has. And all he's thinking about is, I don't even get to shoot the fucks, do I?
Alright, well,
Usually we're successful in talking to Helen.
Oh yeah, good point.
Advantage because daughter, right? Hello?
Where did she go?
Advantage because daughter, right?
Yeah. Ooh. Oh shit!
Actually,
Why is it always Stefan?
he's rolling good tonight.
he did it.
Let's see if
All
Vera
right,
was of any
fair
help.
enough. No,
Vera was
he's
not.
so upset.
did
Alan
not
is
talk.
so upset at Elena.
No, that was Vera.
No, I know, but Alan was so upset at Elena that she could not help. And then Vera's like, "Who the fuck is this?
She's like, you were picking what?
You were doing what?" Okay, so going back to you guys, someone is sending something.
I am sending a message to Stefan.
Okay.
Yes?
Emergency, we need to talk to the Emperor immediately. Kind of
Yep.
deal.
Oh,
Hey, the evidence bore fruit. We need an immediate audience with the Emperor This is a lot bigger than we thought.
Don't make him.
Ooh.
It's like
Here's the
really big.
Oh my god.
I love clerics using all 25 words so much.
And then, like, the 2 times that Vandis used sending, it was 1 word.
You get an immediate response from Stefan. He sounds a little harried and kind of like he's muttering into his shoulder. He says, "If you want an audience with the Emperor, you'd better hurry up because he's about to leave this council room and I can't hold him here much longer."
Run, go now,
Oh.
council room.
Give me the books. Give me the books.
Pick up all the shit, put it in a bag, and fucking.
Boom.
Boss is flying in a hallway.
We cast teleport. Don't have the capabilities of it, but I cast it anyways.
I cast dash at 3rd level.
Here's the little changes.
I don't know how I'm supposed to sleep tonight.
I
So sorry. Yeah, you guys rush down the hall. You know the way to the council room. You were here yesterday. To you, it feels like. It was day, but yesterday, but also only a couple hours ago. It's weird. You rush to the council room. The guards outside of it, because there's the 4 normal. I'll be honest. There's 2 guards outside of it, so you can assume the other guards that are with Hallant generally are inside of it. They kind of like look at you guys like they're not raising their weapons to you or anything, but they're kind of standing there like, okay.
Immediately when Avandra gets within like a acceptable distance, so she's not screaming, is just gonna say, "We are expected. Double check as you must, but we are expected."
One of the guards straight up just like goes into like that little like salute that people have been giving you tonight. The other one opens the door and like leans inward, and then you see his shoulders stiffen because you can't hear what's being said. And then he just sort of like pulls himself out of the room and just pushes it open and gestures inside.
Yep.
Thanks, William.
He remembered my name.
I think also kind of just
Hold on a second.
the heat
James.
as Avandra
James.
steps by of the anger and rage.
What stat would you make? Remember guessing someone's name out of the millions of names in the world?
Insight.
That would be a 23.
Yeah, you remembered his name. Only you've never met this man.
I've never met this man.
I will say this actually because it's fun for me to be able to say it like this. You feel like you've never met this man in your life, but you are sure his name is William.
Yeah.
And you say it, and he's like, he remembered my name. Which means he's met some version of you.
Unpack that later. Hold on.
Yeah, unpack that later. We
Topple
got
the dukedom. Topple the dukedom.
You guys are not pushed, but allowed into the room. You can see at the table, Emperor Hallant is currently leaned over one side of it. Fan is currently like looking very uncomfortable, sat in a there's no chairs for sitting around the table itself. He's kind of posted up against a wall, sitting in a chair, like off in a like shadowed corner, the way he would prefer it. And Elena is sat right next to the Emperor, and he's currently leaned over the table, looking at her like he was in the middle of screaming her out for something. I need you to stop doing it later. And the Emperor turns to see all of you stumbling into this council room with your arms laden with books.
Yeah, and as I was saying, as the guards also probably definitely felt just the heat of Avandra's rage as she stood by. And I imagine the Emperor is very keyed into things like that.
Vera, who is standing like by the entrance of the door inside of the room, like just kind of stiffens a little bit more, stands a little bit straighter as Vera enters the room with such intensity. I mean, Avandra enters the room with such intensity. Just something about that shred of divinity. Just fucking got
Something's
her
a
going.
little wrong here. Okay, let's do
This
the
is
roll.
modern feminism talking.
He seems to catch on pretty quickly that you guys are in a state.
It's been a night.
You
And
can
a
see, much like the first time you did this, the Emperor looks exhausted. You also have caught him in this moment, in the middle of having that conversation with Elena that you guys didn't get to hear last time. But Stefan over in the corner kind of like stands up out of his chair to lean on the wall instead and like keep an eye on you guys to see what you guys have actually brought in. And he speaks up and says to the Emperor, "They found evidence, Their Eminence." And the Emperor looks from Stefan to all of you. And he says, "If there's evidence, then let me see it. Because if there is evidence, this is grievous harm."
Yeah, I think we just go around the table and put all the books and stuff in front of him, and I think Avandra will.
Never mind. I was gonna have us each take it in parts, like a group project.
Well, I mean, we can do that too. I mean, Avandra probably.
I just think it'd be thematically fun for the situation.
It's
that
the
we're all,
history project all over
it's the
again.
history project. I think it'd be fun.
I'm down with that. I think.
So,
Yeah.
Voss is gonna start because I know the least about what's actually going on. Because Voss is stupid.
Well, I think we have to wait for a moment, or we'll wait a moment rather. But I do have something that.
Also, they could just be discussing that the book fades away because we have it, and you know.
I don't think that's.
We'll baby steps. Baby steps. No jumping to conclusions.
Let's see where they come back to. Anyways, guys, great hustle. Well done. Proud of all of you.
That went very smooth. I think we kind of just immediately like.
They're like,
oh, yeah, no, this fucked.
They're like, you didn't get evidence. We're like, all right, well, go fucking get evidence, man.
Boy, did we get some evidence.
Yeah.
We destroyed that desk. We made that desk our bitch.
Because we four-way gang banged a desk out of all of its information.
Ah! Incorrect quotes. Here they go.
Was there? That desk went through the worst bukkake of its life.
Got our investigation checks all over it.
Oh, we investigated that desk so hard. We pressed all the time.
Sorry, we had to double check on something really quick. We're all good now. So you guys are doing a book club meeting around the Emperor? What's up?
Boss is going to start it
I'm gonna
off.
start, and then we're just book report style.
What are your quotes for fame? Not incorrect quotes, silly.
Whoops.
I'm gonna be
While
copying
While Voss is starting that out, Avandra is going to take a handful of the map pieces and put them where they should be on the actual map around the moors.
The map is too small scale to fit all of the papers where they belong. You would kind of just cover the whole moor. But if you wanted to lay them out on the table, you can absolutely do so.
Oh no, like, not not the papers, but like the actual like map pieces.
Oh, so you're gonna take like the little chess pieces and put them in
Yeah.
place.
Yes.
You can absolutely find some that would represent, like, they're little red crystals that you could put little red ones in each of the spaces.
Yeah.
Nice.
Do that while talking.
So, this is what the Duke was supposed to be doing, holding up all of the books that actually correlate to his property. These all belong to him. This was his job to do. Now, we also have all of these, and he puts out all the other books of all the places that didn't belong to the Duke, and then he points to Rash.
I will say all of these places did belong to the Duke.
They just, some of them had people, and now they don't.
Yeah.
There was also this letter between the Duke and General Rivers. Not only incriminating them both, but saying that General River has been working purely for the Duke, so she could get her own land and her part of the deal. And then let Avandra finish it.
And part of what this entire situation entails, as best as I can understand from the ledgers, is that everything was done in a way so that they would not have to involve you in this transfership of land ownership. And she will just gonna live for the drama of this moment, one by one, put down each of the 7 places where people were killed. And we'll and looking at those ledgers, 7 places were sold, and it just so happened to be 7 places where loss of life was unavoidable.
7 places sold for exuberant amounts, except for one that was given away for free to none other than General Rivers.
The most recent one just so happens to coincide with the fact that one Verdant Order knight by the name of Dame Verdalia, who is under court-martial for refusing orders. Those orders were to kill people that were in that town.
You all speak your words.
How they get out? You gotta speak them.
And you all watch as each of you speaks. First Voss and Emperor Hallant leans away from Elena on the table to lean towards all of you instead. Hands flat down. Then Rash, where one of his arms tenses up and just grips the other, while the other remains flat on the table. And finally, Avandra, and the Emperor sort of like his hand reaches up to the chain of hands around his own neck. And he just grips that instead. Elena, please.
Just taking too long to figure out like the bowl or not.
He says nothing. But one by
Jump for
one,
the light. You told me, yeah.
one by one, he takes the logbooks from you. He takes the land deeds from you. And you watch as a man with an eye practiced in law and in deeds and in land and in everything that a king and an emperor needs to know looks over the evidence you have brought to him. And with one hand still gripped around that chain of hands on his shoulders, he says, "This must be handled at once."
Hand.
All right. It wasn't.
You're holding a hand.
I am holding a hand. He's holding a lot of hands. Actually, he's holding a lot of gauntlets.
They're not gauntlets, they're just hands.
Oh yeah, they are.
It's just hands.
Well, I mean, they're.
Are they gauntlets?
Yeah.
They're
Because
just,
they were just
like
hands.
Stefan. They're just hands.
Okay. He's just gripping these hands. Bobby, you good?
Only hands would satisfy.
Uh,
I like that they
no. Heaven, no. And you watch the Emperor close the logbook with the deeds snapped inside of it
No.
and walk past all of you out of the room, shoving it into a guard's hands, and the guards immediately move to follow him.
I think we're all moving to follow him.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You all watch this full.
I won't be jury or judge, but there's one position left for me.
You all watch this full elven man who was exhausted a few minutes ago, who still is exhausted. Like, it's on there. But it's just that same pure underlying rage that Avandra had is echoed in Hallant. As he
Good tie-in.
and he travels down the steps, down. He speaks to one of his guards who breaks off from him and bolts for the dungeons. He speaks to another guard who bolts off in another direction. Speaks to a third guard who bolts off in a third direction. And then Hallant stops at the base of the stairs. His spine is already ramrod straight, but you watch as he physically moves his shoulders into a less stressed position, clasps his hands in front of him, and has all of the countenance of that blank portrait face put back on him. And he turns to look at all of you and says, "Please return to your table." And then strides into the Great Hall.
And I'm going.
Yes, my lord.
Flying into his seat. Just whoosh.
Avandra kind of just takes after him and takes a minute, closes
He
her
just
eyes.
starts sipping on his wine.
Brings
Voss,
himself.
Voss kicks his legs under the table, so he leans back. He's like, "This is gonna be nice."
Avandra will take her moment and walk in with a slight, no smile, but
Standing up straight as possible, hands behind our backs.
yeah.
Keep that holy presence up, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Voss is a man of the forest. This is normal. This is expected of him.
There are men who are prone to violence, and there are men and women who must act as if they don't enjoy it.
I
We're
think
about,
he's.
we're about to see a righteous hand of God, the devil you forgot moment from the Emperor.
Exactly what-
God.
And it's not just one Duke that's here. They all are.
I don't think she's actually able to do anything, but in the back of her mind, she's kind of just like, I hope if this was the right decision, which I feel it is to be, I kind of hope that this little halo is going to glow a little bit brighter. Because she doesn't know how the fuck it works, so she's like, I'll think about it, hopefully.
You just hear a whisper in your mind. Good things come to those who change.
You all take a seat at the high table, which was reserved for you. The Emperor has calmly and collectedly stepped up back onto the dais and back up to the high table.
Yes, excellent.
I gotta see how it ends. Oh. You all watch as he just sits and he just looks out over the party that is still not raging but is calmly going.
There is a fading game of beer ping weekly being cast.
Oh, we got it off. Look at that. Look at the boy go.
And you all do see Duke Saveno is in the room currently, circled up with a couple dukes. And you can see that General River and her wife are still present as well. They are not in the same group, but they are all in the hall. And it takes a couple minutes. The Emperor just sits there. The fan comes to sit next to all of you at the high table. Elena is able to join her father up at the high table. A couple of the dukes, seeing that the Emperor is currently present again, head up to the table in order to sit by him. But they very smart. Well, I'm going to see if they're very smart about it.
Oh,
Yeah,
please don't. Please
But
don't.
they very, very smartly just kind of sit in his presence and don't speak to him when they realize that he's kind of.
He looks to be on the warpath.
He seems. No, he's
No.
very blank faced. But he's thoughtful. He has his chin in his hands.
Very pensive.
Pensive is the right word, yes. And this party is still going, and people are talking, and there is music playing, and it's loud, even though it's not as loud as it was earlier. And at a certain point, and without warning, the Emperor holds up a hand.
I am the righteous hand.
And you hear a TikTok start to play. No. Oh, wait, no.
I died.
And within 3 seconds, the music stops, and people turn. And you can get a sense, suddenly, why Halland is the king they chose to become an emperor. Because the entire room turns to look at him, and all he did was raise his hand for attention.
RESPCT.
And then he smiles. Pleasantly. And with an exuberance. And he says, "There is one last matter which I would like to attend to before the evening is through. I know it is a new day, and I know this banquet will go for many. There is something that must be done tonight. Could I call forth the Honorable General River?" And you see a couple people actually do it like a little clippy clap, because banquets. Vondra, you're aware, and some of you may be aware from your history classes, banquets were a time where people were raised and stationed just because someone decided that they deserved it. It could be times that somebody was simply commended for their efforts and given a boon, or and the Emperor hasn't done any of that tonight. He hasn't given any boons yet. So this could be, the moment where someone's going to get a raise, or they're gonna get a stipend, or they're gonna get a promotion.
Question to the players: do we clap as well with everyone else?
No.
Golf clap. Just a nice golf clap, smiles and all.
You see that General River looks ecstatic.
22 on performance. Clap.
Her glowing wife clapping on the
And
sidelines.
her lovely wife, the Lady Flair, is clapping along. And as she approaches, she bows in front of not only the high table, but the high table, which is where you all are sitting, because in order to bow to him, she must bow to you. And as she is bowed, Emperor Howland turns his head away from her to look at the dukes standing by the wall and says, "Duke Saveno, as she is your charge, would you also step forward?" And the Duke steps forward.
I love this because these are all James's NPCs. So this is a
I know,
game
I'm so
show.
sorry. The game show!
He's been here the whole time.
The whole time.
And they roll exactly the
That's
same on their
fucking
insight.
funny.
And
That's
then
fucking
Oh
funny.
yes.
and you watch as the Duke Semeno.
I'm actually just like poor.
Yeah, please just punch. Steps over. Likewise bows, not as low as General River does, but does bow to the Emperor. And the Emperor looks down at them, rises from his chair, gestures down at them, and says, I would like to thank you for attending me in this moment as we begin your trial.
Oh.
As from the front entrance of the Great Hall, the guards that he sent off arrive with Duncan, the Dame Verdalia, and Barden.
I'm sorry, who?
Sorry, Dame
Vesper.
Vesper. Thank you. Dame Verdalia, Vesper,
Weird hobo that was.
and several like legislative people who look like they've been woken up from their beds, like a whole lot of people walk into the Great Hall and like line up against the walls,
Watch the
take
sea of
seats.
people split so that they can have direct access.
And you watch as the Dame Verdalia, Vesper, are escorted by Duncan himself to come and stand to the side of your table. Not in front of the Emperor, as those two are, but off to the side. They
On the witness stand.
are still chained at a present. And what follows? Because I don't
Voss
want...
is going to look to Verdalia and kind of tip his head.
Uh,
Yeah, basically except for me.
yeah.
on
just the Lady Flair, who is probably
I am
fucking
the Lady
going
Flair,
crazy
and
right now.
That is it.
Foaming at the mouth.
Very
There's-
tasty.
There is 8 guards posted for that one person.
Just gonna start chucking firebolts.
Yeah, as you can tell that as Duncan came up from the dungeons, he probably left some guards down there, but the majority of the guards you all pulled to watch over Verdalia and Vesper have been brought back up and are now lining what the Great Hall that has become a trial chamber.
Excellent.
And what follows is 2 hours of argument after argument from the Duke and the General that is whittled away by one piece of evidence after another piece of evidence. You watch as... I'm gonna take her. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Dear lord.
Okay. Oh, the end. Okay.
That makes
he
sense.
was an
though.
idiot.
She's
You watch as the Duke.
That's why her wife was doing so good. Oh, her wife's doing terrible.
Oh
now.
no. You watch as the Duke breaks first. He immediately throws himself down in front of the Emperor, like within 15 minutes. Like within the first piece of evidence being brought up that's physical. Like the first piece of evidence brought up is the fucking like ledger with the seals in it.
The fact that it's all his stuff in his handwriting in his
Exactly.
jurisdiction. Jennifer was like, hey, he sold it to me. I don't know what you're talking about, though. I didn't do anything. He court-martialed her, not me.
That's pretty much exactly the buff that you get from General River. She says that she was doing as she was told. She was following orders. She, only ever did what the Duke had instructed her to do. She is loyal to the Empire, loyal to the Crown. Until finally the letter is addressed. In her own handwriting, in her own words, where she says, as long as our accord is still settled, I will continue to do what I must. And you needn't worry, for I will handle it. And then she too, after that is read, and after you watch Dame Verdalia give her witness to the events, you watch General River also fall to her knees in front of the Emperor and beg forgiveness. Two hours of trial. Fair. More than fair for the amount of evidence placed in front. The Emperor behind you has been fat for most of it. Until he decides to give his verdict. When he stands, and the rest of the hall stands with him.
As do we.
Yep.
Yep.
The only
First
two
time
people,
boss has ever stand straight in his life.
the only two people who are not standing are the two on their knees in front of the high table. And the Emperor says, with one thumb brushed against the hands along his collarbone, with one hand brushed across the circlet and crown above his brow. In my name, as first regent of this empire that is still as new as a dove to its nest, I could not have thought. Yeah, sure.
Sounds.
I could not have. It's so tiny compared to yours. It's so funny. No, I do not. I'm good. I would not have thought that the truest test of this empire would come the first night of its crowning. And yet here we stand. And I will have it known that in no point in my tenure as emperor, just as it was when I was simply king, just as it was when I was prince or a duke, in my father's house, in my uncle's house, no matter how it will be, I will always put the protection of my people above anything else in this world. In this, you have failed in your duties that I have charged you as both general and duke. You have failed any gods you worship, you have failed the people you serve, and you have failed this royal house. And so I charge you with murder. I charge you with the dereliction of duty. And I charge you with falsity. Dereliction is a big word, yes.
Funny word.
Elena, no.
Sorry. I don't know what it means, so I think it's a fun
The
word.
failure of duty.
Oh, okay.
Abandonment.
Yeah, abandonment of duty. There is only one sentence I can give that is fair and just. And it is not the first sentence that I had hoped to give as protector and emperor of this region. But it is fair. You will serve the sentence that you put on the head of your scapegoat. The Dame Verdalia of the Verdant Order is freed, and by all accounts, could inherit the dukedom that you have threatened her life with. And in this, I charge you. You will have until dawn. And you will face the execution that you put on her head. And you can see that the chains are taken off of Dame Verdalia and off of Vesper. And they are placed on the Duke and on the General. And they are dragged from this room and toward the dungeon.
The entire way, Lady Flair is kicking and screaming as well to go with them.
Joey.
And we'll follow them until guards stop her. Kicking and screaming. Very
There was a
angry.
corgi. There was a corgi airlifted.
There's a corgi there. The corgi is kicking and screaming.
Sparkle. It's the Sparky.
Say hi, Sparky.
Sparkle?
Aw.
Eee.
Sparkle.
He's such a good girl, Sparkle.
He's a good girl, unlike the Duke in general.
Unlike the Duke in general. I'm gonna finish this because it's getting late, and I want to make sure they get finished with this. You can see that there is no joy in the room from this announcement. There is just this somber sort of respect and agreement. How reacting to this?
trying to keep our composure, but on the inside, I feel like I'm at like a Jerry Springer show.
With them carrying them out, the only people moving are the guards carrying them and the fire genasi.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's chasing them out.
Everyone else is still
Oh yeah, absolutely.
just
You can see there's quite a few dukes who look like they might want to try and leave, but they're also pretty sure they shouldn't do that. Talent.
I mean, they did buy the property.
They did buy the blood property. But they might not have been aware of how it was arranged. So, until
All right, other rooms. Here we go. Let's knock all the trials out tonight. Let's have it done tonight.
You can see that Hallant has to, if you look at him behind you, has to take a moment to collect himself.
I'm gonna do the owl thing.
He still has that stoic face on. At no point has he looked
Joey,
angry.
what are you doing? You can't get under my
He
foot.
just has had that sort of like stoic, like
What do you want?
your father is disappointed and you should
Hey.
know how disappointed look the entire time.
Mm.
Which is worse somehow. It's worse. Is
Well,
there?
looking back, sorry.
What's that?
I was going to say, looking back towards the Emperor and probably seeing Elena right next to him, what does she look like right now? I imagine probably exactly what Kiki's doing, but I want to be sure.
Pretty accurate. If you'd like to make an insight check on the royals, you're more than welcome to.
I think this might be the only time that Elena's like, I don't like it, but maybe death is a good thing in this situation.
Dirty 20.
You can roll dirty 20 for Avandra.
Wow, that was awful. 8.
Oh no,
For
Rash.
once, Rash doesn't get it. He can't see the high
Thing. We gotta get you notes.
Investigation?
Gotta give his whole chair.
Someone took the
Investigation, you said?
pillows off my chair. I
No,
can't see
insight,
anything.
Insight. I'm better at that. Good.
Insight.
17?
17, dirty 20. Rash, it's hard. I'm gonna say this for Rash. You've never been in a room this charged with emotion since you discovered your powers. The emotion coming off of Lady Flair, at minimum, would be enough to knock you off your feet right now. There's a lot of feelings in this room, and you are connected to 6 of the people who are most involved in how those feelings happened. So it's
You're having a little bit of a overstimulation.
it's overstimulation for sure. For Voss and Avandra, how's Elena doing?
Fucking good. She seemed fine if you happen to glance back at any point in the trial. She seemed just as stoic and as regal as her father. But the second he gave the death sentence, and it's not necessarily the fact that he gave a death sentence, it's the fact that he gave a death sentence with little to no time for them to, have final rights, really. That seems
You got 5 hours
to fuck with her a lot because she's been through many courts of her dad. She's been in many courts, royal courts as well. You don't think she's been through a trial this severe or with this intensive punishment. And there's
You also haven't been on many murder spree trials.
There's just that kind of look in her face like she does not recognize the person sitting next to her at the moment.
And what
Fair.
I will say this, Voss, you can't read Halland. With that role. You can't.
Oh God, no. I don't think I can ever read Halland.
But Avandra, with yours, there is no part of this man that relishes what he has had to do. There is only a man who is doing what he believes he must.
Yeah.
There is no joy in the action. There is no relief in the action. Just
Good.
justice.
Good. Halland has become my favorite character very quickly. Other than the no magic thing, that we're still touching on.
We'll get to that. Boss is like, we'll work on it. We'll work on it. Yeah.
Perhaps he will appear again. We don't know.
As Dame Verdalia is freed of her bonds, and Vesper is freed,
Get away from my feet. I don't want to hear from you.
she does reach over and immediately hug her little brother.
You're crushing me. You're crushing me.
And then
You're welcome, but you're crushing me.
almost before she is gestured over, she has run to take the place of the plaintiffs and has bowed so deeply down that you can see her tail swinging behind her. And the Emperor consolidating himself, bringing himself back from whatever he's just had to do. Focuses in on someone who was almost killed for their loyalty to the Empire. Is that Elena or you?
No, I have.
Okay, 1 second.
I swear to God, if we didn't fucking finish this book. Oh God.
What else could we fucking do? We freed her, got the Duke, and the General.
I want you to, if we get a chance to, the book doesn't just fade out on us, to tell Elena that you're going to go. You two church boys are going to go give them their last rites, even if it's pitifully so.
Rash will do that. I don't know about you. I'll at
I was
least do
more
that.
aimed at Rash, but I offered it to both.
I mean, that's not really. I'm just guessing on past Avandra's influence. I don't really think that's her wheelhouse, anyways. So I don't.
What's whose
I
wheelhouse?
gotcha.
Oh, we missed
We're
something.
just discussing something.
Okay, great.
We were discussing things too. Rocks fall, everyone dies.
Yeah.
Discussing it. Rash going down there to give them last rites at some point.
In the next 5 hours.
In the next 5 hours, you absolutely could. The Emperor looks down at Dame Verdalia. Very calmly. Back to the man he was pre-trial, at least in countenance. He says, "You have been loyal to your station, Dark Knight. You have been loyal to this empire. And for that you have my gratitude. And the gratitude of all of our people. I know that you are of the Moor. You see that Ferdelia has risen up as she was gestured to do so, and she just kind of humbly nods at the "You are of the Moor." Says, "I would not charge this of you, for though you have loyalty to me in this empire, you and your kin have your own allegiances. But should you accept it, I would charge that this day you return to the Moor and spread my missive that any evacuations must be halted until such a time as they can be corroborated to be sure that they are not a plot. Would you do this for the Empire?" And Dame Verdelia, like, looking like she could weep from how happy she is to receive an order from the Emperor himself, just straight up is like, "For this Empire, anything. Double it up! Double it up! It's upside down and double it up!"
Funny, isn't this modern feminism talking?
Okay. And as such, Cordelia is charged with returning to the Moor at dawn to spread missives that the Emperor is to write in the next few hours, to halt any evacuations so that no other general can follow through on orders that they might have received from someone else. Basically, you realize that he's going to do an entire, like, thorough check of everything that's happening in this new region that they've acquired to make sure that nothing else is happening. And to make sure that Dame Verdelia is being sent to then make sure that nothing else happens before his orders have been given. And with that, the trial comes to a close. And you see that the banquet empties out some, as people who were here for the trial blink away. People who were here for the party sort of aren't sure they should start partying again. And I need one second.
Oh, God!
Please. Oh, I don't like this. Aside from killing the Duke in his sleep.
When we get out of this book, we're going to have to check to see if everything is included, or just the parts that actually ended in resolution are included.
Yeah, sure, we can check that real quick, and then we're probably gonna have to sleep the whole day.
Yeah.
I was kind of curious. I meant to ask this earlier. I just never got a chance to. Of whether we still felt. No, you two are fine. You two keep going. We're just discussing. If whether we still felt hungry. Like, did the food that we ate leave? Did we actually get reset? Or if we had taken the books and got reset, will we still have them?
That's a good question. Yeah.
That I don't know.
We
'Cause I
got
don't
the
think we
long
had
rest, and then
anything.
it clicked over, so.
That's what I'm saying, but we didn't have anything that we specifically took from the party or the castle or anything. You know?
I mean,
Oh, would we have to find the items again if it did reset?
And do it from the beginning, just something
Faster.
else. Yeah. That's what I'm wondering, because that's the game I was talking about. The only way to get a specific item you need was to kill someone, which made you reset. So you had to kill them, take their thing, reset. They still had it, but you also had it.
Ah, I see what you're
To
talking
make
about.
things
Yeah.
work, because there's no way they would give it to you at all. You couldn't trade for it, you couldn't barter for it. You had to either kill them or pickpocket it off them. And, it was a chest plate, so good luck with fucking that. Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll find out what happens.
We will see.
next time on
On
Fey University Z.
We literally have, because we have a person that always leaves early in our campaign. We have on the last episode of Dragon Mask Z. It's a channel in our D&D Discord. Perfect. Love it.
What you missed last time on Pokemon.
Oh no, Pokemon. So yeah, the Great Hall starts to clear out. Emperor Hallant waits just a few minutes and then stands up. Half the room stands up with him again, but he just immediately puts a hand up and down so that people will sit back down. Is still hiding his exhaustion, but you guys are so close to him he can't. And is
The bags
going
have
to
gotten deeper over the past 2 hours.
and he heads out to go and start writing letters because he's got some work to do before bed. Elena, gestures a goodbye to him or kissy arms, or
He
is she?
doesn't really do anything as he walks off. There's like a very faint waggle of the fingers, but I don't even think he's paying attention to that.
You do see that Hallant brushes his fingers across his daughter's shoulders as he leaves. But it's just this trailing sort of as he walks past.
Yeah, across the
No,
board.
not it's across the back. Yeah, like just a gentle like, no time for a goodbye, no time for talking, no
Boss is
for talk. Just
immediately
awkward
looking at the
shoulder
princess, giving her the look of, "Are you all right?" Boss is just giving me that look of like, "Are you all right?" Like the eyebrow waggle.
You're giving me the bird eyes again.
That's a no.
oh.
I didn't even need the insight check for that one. The face said it all.
No, you don't. Not doing great. What
She can't
are
lie to her friend.
what are you all gonna do?
I'm gonna look at everyone like, do we go talk to Elena?
Is Dame Verdalia still in the room?
Dame Verdalia has been mobbed by.
She's getting a whole bunch of like congratulation paps and stuff. Somebody
yeah.
brought like a whole pint of ale. I don't.
She has turned the ale away.
They keep coming.
Dame Verdalia is
There's
kind
this
of
weird red
standing
ball.
with Vesper, and they have kind of been surrounded by people who watched the trial happen.
Or
and
Vesper.
they're basically giving their like condolences for what almost happened, while also trying to learn about her because the Emperor just gave her a compliment, and you're at a party about the Emperor.
They're trying to make friends with the new Duke.
Yeah.
Question: how
He's
often
never
did Vesper interrupt the trial?
How often did Vesper? I think he was smart enough not. I would hope he was smart enough not to.
Actually, because y'all were spitting facts.
Maybe
But he
once.
was a little. He did have some sniper marks, and you would have heard it because they were closest to you. Tied to the cyber marks every now and then, mainly towards the general.
Yeah, whenever the general spoke, there was a comment.
Whenever the general lied.
Yeah.
Which happened a lot. And only was a little bit sassy when asked.
I think Avandra will go up and kind of just make her way through the crowd to the two of them.
They part for you like butter.
Vesper was not involved in that crowd. He's still over in the corner.
Oh, Vesper abandoned his sister in the
Vesper,
crowd.
you walked into the crowd and they mobbed you. I'm part of that
She
shit.
did not walk into the
I
crowd.
ain't
She
part of that
walked to
shit.
the Emperor, and then the crowd found her.
So Vesper is not with.
No, Vesper's off to the side.
Voss is gonna look up at Elena and say, "Do you want to meet them now that they're no longer in the dungeon?" Yeah, come on. This one's funny. He just points at Vesper.
What's funny?
I think all that happened. Avandra's going to Vesper first.
Right? You can all coalesce on Vesper, who had no crowd and now has you.
Oh, Avandra's hope was to get him alone for a moment very quickly.
You can probably beat Elena and Voss there.
She has to collect her entire dress. It's
Yeah.
not easy.
Yeah. So I think we'll just walk up, offer her hand to Vesper.
I don't do dances. That's what you're asking.
I'm not asking you to dance.
Cool. What's this for? He's pointing at the hand you're offering.
Well, I was going to shake your hand, but if that's not going to happen, then
Oh, right, that's a thing you people do. Like, pinches your thumb and shakes it.
she immediately lets the shake happen for a moment, and then slides her hand forward to grasp onto his forearm.
Oh, and I've been trapped.
I love him.
Kiki, the next campaign I do, I want him. I want him. I want vengeance.
You want to teal dragonborn? Sure.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm just going to say anything after that, just kind of laugh good-naturedly and then go off to his sister.
That was a weird interaction.
As you walk away from Vesper, Voss and Elena walk up to Vesper. Rash, if you are joining
I was
anyone-
gonna say I would have been behind Avandra. I'm just gonna look at him. I'm gonna also attempt to shake his hand and go, "Good luck being second in charge to the dukedom," and then walk behind Avandra after that.
Did you not like the spit?
Good luck being walked away to a fiefdom. Fiefdom, meaning a dukedom.
What is with these people in hand?
Elena, this is Vesper. Vesper, this is Elena.
Pain.
Elena does like a little hello and courtesy. I'm gonna roll with disadvantage for Vesper.
The corgi is now Vesper.
He does not blush at Elena. Cool. What is happening? Something over here? Doesn't do kisses. She doesn't like faces.
She was the one. While we were concerned about you, she was the one that originally ordered us to check in on you and see what was going on. So you have her somewhat to thank.
Right. All right.
He does like this very awkward, like kind of step and a curtsy kind of thing.
Not sure how to bow.
Thanks, I guess. Guess not all blue bloods are bad.
Which gets a giggle out of Elena. I would hope not. What's a blue blood? That goes on like that.
Vondra, you are stepping over toward Verdalia with Rash.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dame Verdalia, as you two walk through, the crowd parts for you out of respect. Dame Verdalia seems a little relieved to see you when the crowd parts and shows you. And you both receive a very, very deep, very grateful bow as she looks to you. Rises up on her own, doesn't wait for you to like make her rise. So at least there's that. She just says, I am in your debt.
There are no debts to be settled.
We just wanted to do what was right.
Made sure that what can be done right will be. That's all I could have wanted as an outcome to this. If there was no way to save those who were already gone, the chance to save those in the future, that is all that matters for a Knight of the Varden Order.
And now that rests squarely on your shoulders.
Avandra has a... Boss, you're not with us right now, it's just being Rash. Avandra will just smile and hold out her arm again to do the forearm grab, because she's not thinking of anything other than this person is good and will do good. And will simply say, mirroring certain someone, good will come to those who enact change. And you have ahead of you quite a lot of good to enact.
Dame Verdalia grips your arm. You feel just how strong she is.
Broken those bars if she wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think
Or
it's...
the chains.
She could have broken the chains. She could have broken the bars.
Surely they're by choice.
purely there by honor's sake and honor's sake alone. He grips your arm, shakes up, and just does the actual natural thing to do, which is shake once and like grip someone's arm when you clasp their forearm. You see a brightness around the back of your head as the halo that you joked about earlier glows just a little brighter.
Okay.
And Dame Verdalia, not noticing that, responds to your comment with a bit of a jokingly sarcastic tone and says, "Oh, I'm very used to changing." And steps away as she notices that Vesper is beholden to the literal princess and is like, she wants to get on that and say hi. So she's gonna head on over there. You guys have several hours until dawn. Gigi, are you around?
Gigi! They're dead. Okay.
Oh, cool.
They are sick. They are NyQuil'd. They are.
That's
I
fine.
think might be puking in the bathroom. They are not doing well.
No.
We will save Gigi and Elena for
Yeah,
a
do
different
not
time
have to worry
then.
about
Yeah.
that.
You guys have several hours until dawn. Is there anything that you would like to do before dawn?
The only thing that Avandra has that she's like, if this actually works, we might as well take that bag of gold from Gigi's ancestor's chest and bring it with us.
Let's steal from Gigi. She's asleep.
No, not steal. Just tell Gigi that, hey, maybe you want to.
Giga's house here is not here to say whether or not Gigi will
Yeah.
agree to this.
However, the Duke does still have gold in his fucking room. Somewhere. And he's gonna die, so.
Yeah, but that's not due process.
I mean, is
Oh, fuck him.
it's one thing if
He might have relatives that aren't, evil scumbags.
whatever. And it's also one thing if Verdalia is picking up that duke or fiefdom and becoming a duke, then it's very possible that she's going to claim all of those resources as is her.
A single money pouch will not matter in terms of wealth.
I'm gonna say, the Emperor never made her a duke. He just said...
made her a duke.
It sounded like he could make her a duke. He did not just automatically make her a duke. That would be out of due process.
With what you said, it sounded like he was gonna have her take his place.
He said, I should, by all rights, give her the dukedom that you have failed to serve.
Oh, I thought you were just, I'm giving her the
No, I should, by all rights, give her the dukedom that you have failed to serve.
Well, some of us, Voss, are broke college kids, and would,
Yeah, you guys have
a little bit no.
Now, what Voss wants to do is find a place on the castle, on the outside, that would be highly visible to anyone getting a tour of the castle, and scratch a VS into the wall. That's what he would like to do.
Okay. Where are you trying to do this?
Do they do tours of the castle? Like, come see, old
like
history.
My house, yeah.
Yeah. Someplace that would be highly visible on a tour like that. But only if you're looking for it.
Roll me a regular d20.
I don't know if I
Regular D20, you got it.
Under investigation to figure out where's a good spot.
That is a 11.
Okay. Roll me an intelligence check.
Intelligence. Check or save?
Check.
Oh, wonderful. Straight die roll. That is a 17.
You figure that the best way to do that is in the main hall, obviously, is going to be the best option. or like a tour, because that's got to be where they bring people in for the tours. So main hall, but if you put it at face level, someone's gonna fix that. So
If
maybe
it's face level or floor, it's gonna get polished over.
maybe
So maybe someplace high enough up.
Yeah, you can
try.
You can try. And then go ahead and give us stealth.
Ooh, something I'm actually good at. Yay! A 23.
Okay. You are able to scratch a VS into the stones near the ceiling of the main hall. I, as the DM, am just going to remind you, as one of the DMs, because I'm sure the other would say the same thing. If this is the past, you have 3,000 years for that VS to not get
There is
ruined
no
somehow.
guarantee that that is going to stay there, but you do what you.
Somehow,
Also, I
just
find it very funny how you only ever identify with your mother's last name.
somehow, the scratches in the ground, basically the dirt survived. So I feel like in a well-maintained, aerated castle, that it would have a better chance than dirt
If
in
you're
a
talking
cave.
Unicorn Temple, it was only on the walls that anything was maintained, which was scratched into the walls.
No, my thing was on the floor,
No.
underneath the target, wasn't it?
It was on the wall underneath the target. The target was up high on the wall, and it was below the target. Like a scorecard.
Well, still,
Yeah.
I put it on the wall. This should be better maintained than the cavern.
Yeah, it is better maintained.
Yeah, that's the thing about being
a
better
little
maintained.
too maintained.
Stop
Yeah.
lifting the chair!
She really wants that leather.
There's one other thing that you all notice as you are in the Great Hall. Gigi notices it first, and then the next passive perception, I believe, is Rash. The painting is done.
Ooh, I would like to go see that.
Anyone else going with Rash to see the painting completed?
Sure. If you pointed out the boss, you will.
Would you like to describe the painting they see, Kiki?
Can't see the notes.
Oh no.
Can you pull them up on your?
Yeah.
Have
Is
it
it on
for
this
me.
one?
Yeah. It's somewhere. No, down. Where is it? Yes. So, on the painting is the two high tables. Although the top table is actually empty, save for some dukes.
And
so one kind of had to be erased.
yeah, you see a duke has been painted out already.
Painted over.
Excellent.
There's some weird draconic lady that's being painted. No, but he just got blank faced. And at the lower high table, in the middle is Emperor Hallant with parchment in front of him. To his side, Elena, and then on either side, all of you, just as you are now. And yeah, that's mainly it, I think.
Yeah. It's beautiful. It's you would say it's natural 20 worthy.
It has reminiscent vibes of Jesus's like the final feast.
Yeah, kind of like the Last Supper
The
style.
Last Supper. I don't know.
The final feast.
I like that better.
Final feast. Oh my
The final feast.
It's the final
Right.
feast
I'm taking my
now.
40 and leaving.
No. So you all have the painting. You see your own faces reflected back at you. It should be said it's not photorealistic. It is,
It's a painting.
it's an oil painting. So like you guys don't have like defined features. Your clothing is well articulated because it's, in paintings clothing is pretty detailed.
Avandra, you have your halo.
Avandra has her halo.
Rash is like clutching his holy symbol.
Yeah, you can see that each of you has been painted doing something.
Enough.
In the same way that Emperor Howland is leaned over the table, like, signing something on parchment, Elena is like, shown, like, with her hand on her father's shoulder.
standing behind him.
Yeah.
Vera is actually off to the side because she was standing at the high table with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Gigi's in it.
The fan is off in the corner
There's
of it.
an awkward empty space in which they had to put some random person in.
Just a shadow of a person painted where Herlock should sit.
Yeah. Where they're supposed to be bird.
Yeah, it's a lovely painting. And as you look at it, you don't recognize. It's not in any history book you've seen.
If you guys want to, actually,
That's fair.
I will allow everyone to make a history check.
Would love to. Natural one.
It is a high DC. You did not
Natural
pass.
one.
Hey! I will take
Dirty
you
20.
down.
Dirty 20 from Rash.
Down.
And I'm excited to see what Avandra pulls out of her dice.
73, probably.
Gonna be disgusting.
I should be a 1.
History, right?
Yep.
26.
Okay.
30, 20, and 26.
I'm trying to figure out if I have which parameter I had the DC set for.
Very hard to be 25.
Oh, and
Possible to be
definitely
30.
Rash, oddly enough, this painting seems kind of familiar, but you don't recognize it. Avandra, you have seen this painting before, but it is not the same. You can recognize the technique and the artist's name. It was one of those dumb warm-ups you had to do in class once. And you recognize Hallant, and you recognize some of the dukes there. But from your memory, all of you are missing. There are just other random civilians in place that you do not recognize and have not seen here.
Do I remember what the name of the piece is?
You know what? I had a fucking name for it, and now I can't find it. So I will text it to you once I have it.
Okay. I will just make a note of...
Called The Final Feast.
I hate it here.
No, it's not.
You know, that begs a question in my mind. Has history ever been rewritten in the past?
We win.
Rewritten.
That's a funny
Like
question.
our things came to the future from the first book, and there's been multiple people through the first and second book.
Well, your things from the future didn't come to the past, except for some minor exceptions. But the things from the past came to the future.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
My
Other
brain
people
hurts.
have gone from the future, like group, like we're group like Z, okay?
Sure.
Like group A, if they had, played darts or something, would they also be on a wall somewhere?
Maybe.
Huh.
Inconclusive.
Inconclusive, but an idea to think about.
The only way to know is if you were Group A. Fortunately, you're Group Z.
Is there anything else before dawn?
I feel like we might know someone who is group A. Just saying.
Is
I
there,
feel like we should steal some money from Duke's and People's office.
is there anyone who A wants to steal money, or is there anyone who wants to go around asking questions to NPCs while you have the chance, because you have about 5 hours until dawn?
Well, the Emperor's in bed.
The Emperor went to go write missives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Glenn is still kind of around.
The Emperor went to go take a nap at his desk while trying to write missives.
Voss, if he can get away with it, is going to try to take Elena to teach her how to pick the lock.
I don't
So why
know
not?
if it's necessary right now. I'm sure you can teach me another day. I also don't have talons, and I can tell it didn't work well for you. And she points at your one chip talon.
Oof.
Hey, it worked.
I don't want to lose my finger.
Alright.
She'll teach me tomorrow. It's fine.
Stefan is like, yeah, listen, it's been a long day. Teach her tomorrow.
He just suddenly became Southern
I-
for
I-
a second.
For one second, Stefan was Southern and never again. That's because James
James
here.
defaults to
James,
Southern.
James
It's very
defaults
fun.
Southern.
At some point in the night, I am going to go down to the dungeon, and I am going to read the Duke and the General there. I'll just read them a bit of a funeral rite, like pre-execution rite.
Lady Flair has also been fucking put into jail because she was causing a ruckus and trying to break her wife out.
She would not leave, and Duncan had to put her behind bars.
Okay.
Now, did he put her behind bars with her wife?
No. No.
Excellent.
They are in adjacent cells, and when you come down, you do see that they are able to touch each other, like between the cells, just hands clasped. But that's about the extent of it.
I figure out
Okay.
what
Just gonna kind of set my prayer book down between the cells. Gonna kind of get on my knees and start doing a prayer.
Give me a religion check with advantage.
Okey-doke. It's been a while since I've done that. 18 and a 22.
You, Crash, you're a kid. You've never given
He is a kid.
a funeral rite before. Never had to sit down with someone who is going to be executed in the morning and try and give them some peace of mind before they go. And that would be an impossibility for someone with years your senior. Like, it would be an impossibility for Melba or for any of the other old ladies at the church or anything like that, because that's just one of the hardest things in the world to do, is to look someone in the eye who you know is dying and to try and give them peace. So you kneel on the ground and you pull out your book and you clutch your holy symbol, and for a moment or for a few minutes you feel warmth not only in your hands but all around you. And you do your best to do right by these two people who have done no right by anyone else. And though the Duke scoffs and turns away from you, General River, who is sort of prostrated up against the bars of her cell so that she can clutch her wife's hand next to her, eventually begins to pray with you. Yeah, you can spend whatever time you want to that night doing that.
Just 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe. Nothing too grandiose. Very calm and respectful. Don't want to like rub their noses in it that they're gonna
You're not
die
going
or
to be too
anything.
holy about it. You're just going to do what needs to be done.
Yes. I'm gonna get a point across and then pack everything up, bow to them, and then leave.
Poetry of one of the members who just got them both put on the chopping block from all the evidence we got. Giving the funeral rites for them is not lost on me.
It's glorious, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Crash, as you are leaving the dungeon, in the hallway between this place, the staircase to this place, and the Great Hall, where you've left everybody else, you do at one point see one of the bards who has been. You think it must be one of the bards who is playing music the entire evening. Carrying a yartling, this mandolin style instrument, sort of just leaned up against a wall, who looks at you as you pass by, and who just smiles. Plays a little tune that you recognize from church when you go with your parents. It's one of the psalms that you hear in Ogma's church. And by the time you think hard enough about it and whip around, the bard is nowhere to be seen.
Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck?
Little splinter of divine.
Yep, not the only one who got visited by God tonight.
Nope.
For Ogma, it is the passage of messages and wisdom, and doing what is wise beyond one's years.
You two both have very cryptic gods.
Oh,
I mean,
It's
Ogma.
Arsen's fucking chickens, bro. Like, what?
What do you want? What do you
It's
want?
not cryptic, it's always chickens.
Yeah, but what are the chickens?
I mean,
It means
not
I'm
a
watching.
Always one.
Anybody else with requests for the evening before dawn?
I'd like to steal a bag of gold from.
Okay, listen. I cannot let you steal the bag of gold from Gigi without Gigi here.
No, not from Gigi, from Duke Savito.
I mean, I can't stop you. I'm not there.
Yeah, I want some gold.
We're going into this for evidence.
No one's gonna stop you from going into the disgraced Duke's rooms. They're gonna assume you're looking for more evidence of things. Give me a investigation check.
Yeah, I mean, I think while looking for it, I'll also just be looking for anything that is.
Actually relevant.
I am not guidancing you for this one.
I'm not giving you guidance.
No, that's fair, but
I also have to be there, and it's only got a time of 1 minute, so.
like, I think in Avandra's mind, yes, they've been.
Oh!
Everything is.
Sorry, Voss figured out what else he wants to do.
Okay, we'll wait till Avandra's done.
I think in her mind, there may be something unrelated but equally unfortunate to be found. If that makes sense.
Repeat. Brain did not function.
While, yes, we got the evidence, we got the bad
Yes.
through, I think in Avandra's mind, she feels that there may be something else to pay attention to that is also not great, but maybe not related.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And also, a bag of gold.
Go on, investigate.
24.
You raid the man's dresser. I mean, the 24, you go into his room, and you skip over the desk. You've been through the whole desk. You know there's no gold there, but you haven't been in his bedroom. It's not protected the same way as his desk was. You can open the drawer by his bedside, and here you find a false bottom on the drawer, which is very simple. It's not mechanical in any nature. It's just like one of those, like, you gotta hook the bottom and there's a drawer. And you find a pouch with 300 gold.
Fair enough.
So far as anything otherwise goes, you don't find anything else too poignant based on all the evidence you found tonight.
I need to let her out because she's
Yeah.
going to piss herself otherwise. Or shit herself.
I will. They've got other things they want to do, so I'll hold them off for now.
I'll come back. There's something Vera wants to do.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So you find 300 gold, and if your experiences before are to be believed,
Come here.
it's probably going to be worth more than 300 gold when you get back.
Aside from that, There was only one other thing that Avandra wanted to do.
Okay. I know Vera wants to do something. So I'm going to hold off on an Avandra thing and go do what Voss wanted to do real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, Voss wanted to go talk to Stefan's pigeons.
Okay. Stefan is currently with Elena in the Great Hall. His pigeons are primarily out in the entrance hall because they don't like going in the Great Hall because there's hawks and falcons in there. So you can go see them up in the rafters in the main hall.
Hi, guys.
Are you casting Speak with Animals?
Yes, I am.
All of the coos and little sweet sounds turn into just this swarm of voices. Just this whole flock, sort of it's different than you expected talking to a flock of birds all at once. Because despite the fact that they are all individuals, they seem to have a connection that extends past what you would expect a flock of birds to have. Because as you speak to them, they turn towards you, sort of not all at once, but at least near the same time, to respond to you. Some of them flutter down to the ground to join you and poke about. Most of them stay up in the rafters. They respond back in kind, like hello, 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 hello.
How you guys doing?
Good, 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 good. Not bad. Loud. Bad, loud.
I've just been curious. Why do you follow Stefan?
You watch this odd display as at least 3/4 of this flock tilts their head all at once in this confused motion, and the others do the same thing a half beat later, and then just return to just normal bird-like behavior. And the answer in kind, the response is kind of a mixed bag of good, good, good. He's good. He's good. He's right. He's perfect. He's good. He's keeper, 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 good keeper, good keeper.
Keeper for you or keeper of something else?
Both is good. Both.
Keep doing the good work.
Good, 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 good. Right?
Oh. What Voss got from that is someone wants to help keep an eye on him. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. All right.
You get the sense from them that it is their choice to follow Stefan. They have not been ordered to follow. They have. You know how birds, when you keep pet birds, they have a person. They choose a person.
Yeah.
They don't want any other people.
Yeah.
Every single one of these birds has chosen Stefan. And this is a mixed bag. Some of them are the same, variety of dove or pigeon. Some of them are way off base and a little different. But they all respond in similar tone and inflection. As if being part of the flock. Much kinky spill water all over the floor.
Like hive mind-esque?
A hive mind-esque, yes.
Okay.
And out of character, he's a swarm keeper ranger.
Got birds.
He just got birds.
He got birds.
Birds for days.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. That's just funny.
Makes it swarm. All right, Avandra, you had one more thing you wanted to do. You said.
Yeah, she wanted to go back out into the garden and Jesus Christ.
Oh God. Dang it.
Because I think Avandra would be able to pick it out, is kind of just going to visualize where that the dance hall was or is in modern times, and just kind of look towards it and kind of just have a moment where all she's doing is remembering a conversation that she had with Emerson literally not even a day ago, and just staring up at where the two of them were, looking down upon the castle and the gardens and everything, and just has a moment.
That area currently is laden with trees. No house there.
Art idea.
No dance hall. You know that the dance hall that was rebuilt and that you spent the winter formal in isn't even the 3,000 years old. It's maybe 1,000, 1,500. So there may have been other places built there before that, but right now it's just trees, just cliffside. Last night you were standing there looking at this. And here you are at 3 a.m. in the garden of a castle where the lanterns and lamps and torches are still lit because there is a party going on and a trial that happened just hours ago. You're in the castle's lights. Just as promised. Office-sized.
Yeah.
Vera wanted to do something.
Vera did want to do something. Vera will wait until Avandra's done having her fucking moment. This seems personal, and she's not here to fuck it up. It almost seems religious to her because she doesn't have the concept. So,
What's that? Avandra's being gay? Must be religion.
yeah, basically, she's here over like by the archway, waiting for Avandra to return, more or less, giving her space. She's kind of dismissed herself from Elena because like 3 other guards came and started walking around. Yeah, so
Yeah. Yeah, I think Avandra will take 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, just
Wait, go home.
stay there, hoping that the choices that were made today were the correct ones. I think after a few moments, she's not going to leave, but her posture is going to change so that Vera at least would probably be like, oh, she's not in the middle of something now, she's just standing there.
okay.
Oh, she unspawned.
Gone. Where did she go? I think Vera will approach, and you just kind of hear the soft clinking of half of plate mail because she's still wearing a dress from the waist down. And as she does, she just kind of not quite whisper, but speak softly. Like the change you brought today.
Yes, indeed.
You know, some may have thought that it was impossible. Like our draconic friends in the dungeon. Or previously in the dungeon.
Well, I was reminded that to enact change, you can't just stand around doing nothing.
Wise words. There was a moment in which I worried to myself if we were doing the right thing. If we could do anything. But then I just sat back and watched you and your comrades go about, and it was easy to be reminded that you're Avandra. You really can do anything.
I think she'll reach a hand over and pat her shoulder a few times.
Just clang, clang, clang.
Yeah, I mean not clang clang clang, but enough that she would be aware that that's currently what she's doing.
He appreciates it. Thank you.
4.
This was nice. And for choosing me to be your squire. I don't think I could have been a better teacher for the Changebringer. It's fucking imposter syndrome, like.
I think she'll just say, "Your word on it."
Go ahead. Repeat.
She says, "Your words honor me."
Your sponsorship honors me. I should probably get some rest. It's been a really long day.
Yes, I suppose.
I should probably find that fellow beforehand, just in case we leave in the morning.
I'm sorry, what fellow?
There was. She like coughs on her fucking champagne. There was this gentleman inside with a red ball. He was trying to recruit me to some game. I have to go tell him that I can't make it.
I think he'll be fine without you appearing in front of him again.
Ever in your life.
Ever again.
No, what's her?
I know men like that. No.
I had to check something on him. In the campaign. Look at this bitch. Oh. I think we're okay.
Oh.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
we're okay.
What is? Fuck. I'm just interested in knowing. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. We're good.
Yep. All
Don't
good.
worry about it.
I think while they're turning around to go back in, Vera will get a few steps in front of her, and Evander will kind of slow down and stop thinking about something.
After getting maybe 7 feet ahead of you, Vera stops and turns back. Is something the matter?
No.
Okay, weird place to stop.
Oh, sorry. She had, because my brain is.
Oh, God.
I know we're so close, guys. We're so close.
I know.
She had said that there was a moment where she wasn't sure if everything could go the way that it was supposed to, or something along those lines.
Mhm.
And as she looked to the group and found confidence, basically.
Mhm.
Moments like that are good to keep in your mind, for there may very well be another day where you feel like you cannot step forward. Memory of that moment, or of any moment, something to keep with you. Always. So through
Alright, a fortune cookie.
that, you may find the strength and courage to continue on, to enact the change that you are needed to enact.
My lady, did you have that one scripted or was that freeball?
I had to stop for a second to think about it, but
Huh. Not just completely out of it, huh? Wow.
happens.
Yeah.
But she will smile and then continue onward without waiting for her to actually respond to anything she just said. Just let her sit with that for a moment.
Okay. Keep that in mind. Just whispers to herself and then realizes you're already going, oh, fuck, and it goes again. Of birds. Shit, the birds. Help. Boss is talking to the birds! He just rolled 2 2s in a row. Alright. Funny. Sorry, I was squeaking.
Yeah. So, with everybody handled, anyone going to sleep for a bit?
Yes.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Those of you who sleep, sleep. Those of you who do not, do not. At dawn, or just before, you get a nap in. Short rest. You are woken with a reminder that there is an execution shortly. But on your way down, you have to exit through the front of the castle. And you see that Dame Verdelia and Vesper.
That's fair.
She has missives to send. Dame Verdelia and Vesper are standing out front, surrounded by various carts and carriages. Catch sight of you, and Dame Verdelia comes to approach all of you once more, bows, and gives her thanks for your justice that you served. And then as you stand there, sort of lined up in front of the castle, ready for pages to lead you around the side where you assume an execution has been set up. You watch as Dame Verdelia grabs her brother, sort of tosses him up on one shoulder, leans forward, and grabs the ground with one claw as wings sprout from her back. Her tail extends, and you watch as her body contorts and then expands in a rapid, magical pace, so that before you, in the courtyard of the castle, is a fully grown green dragon.
Oh shit!
And then with a smile back at all of you, as Vesper takes a place between her shoulder blades, and with a little wave of one claw, this dragon takes off into the sky toward the rising dawn, toward the moor. And from behind is the white folds of parchment fade in. And the world around you, from behind of you, turns to white. And it pushes out in front of you so that eventually all you can see is the sun and the shape of a dragon flying out of the castle grounds until it is only whiteness. And you are left, again, in the pages of a book. And then you are unceremoniously shunted onto the floor of Kithri and Avandra's apartment building.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yes!
Escape from the book.
What?
And see,
3 down.
apartment. One very lanky, tall, dark, handsome twink.
Your undead friend has
Vice.
been staring over the book this entire time.
Bryce, what the fuck are you doing in my apartment?
Madam Key3 said I could come in. And that's where we'll leave it for this week.
Oh,
With 12 minutes to go.
God.
Can I just say,
Oh,
everyone that came
shit.
before us, if they were presented with a second opportunity, what the fuck, guy?
Oh,
Well, I'm
we
wondering.
did it.
I do have to ask. If we had actually sent someone who could get to the moors